I guess it feels like morning to me. We're going to call the meeting to order at 6:09 p.m. Thank you. It is my pleasure to introduce the students of Valimar Elementary School, Hazel, Anaya, Khaleesi, Madeline, and Kristen, who will lead us in the flag salute, as well as read the land acknowledgement and provide highlights of their school.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Yay. Hold on, I need to unfold this. Okay.
The Pacifica School District acknowledges that we gather on the unceded ancestral homelands of the Ramaytush Ohlone people. As guests, we humbly extend our gratitude to the Ramaytush Ohlone elders and community.
We recognize that we benefit from living and working on their traditional homeland, and we affirm their sovereign rights as First Peoples. As the original stewards of this land, the Ramaytush Ohlone understand the interconnectedness of all the things and the importance of maintaining harmony with nature.
Likewise, Pacifica School District commits to teaching our school community how to be responsible stewards of this land. Hi, my name is Anaya Chand, and I go to Valimar Elementary School. I joined the yearbook because I thought it'd be an interesting experience and something beneficial to my school as well. This also gave me a chance to learn about teamwork as I worked along my peers. The process to make our yearbook started off by voting on a theme, sending out flyers about the theme, asking people to make ideas for the cover, and then voting on a cover. The process was completely anonymous, which made it unbiased. Once we decided this, we worked on our assigned pages. I was assigned art, quotes, and thank you. I worked on these with the help of Aliana. I chose to work on these topics because it let my creativity flow. I liked being a part of the yearbook because each thought created the yearbook you see to this day. This is why I recommend the yearbook to upcoming 5th graders. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Kirsten, and I help make the yearbook for Valimar. I joined because I wanted to learn the yearbook making process and to do it just for fun. I got to use my creativity to create different pages for classes and for extracurricular activities. The yearbook was created on a Chromebook, and you got to design your page. You also got to pick the background and the other things that go on the page. The yearbook was very fun to make, and you got to use your creativity while working with your friends.
Hi, my name is Khaleesi, and I joined the yearbook because I thought it would be fun. We were all assigned 2 pages and worked together to create it. My 2 pages were music and a teacher page. I also did pictures with Maddie. I thought it was a fun learning experience to how to work with people better, and it helped me express my creativity. It was fun making the yearbook.
Hey, I'm Maddie. I go to Valimar, and I joined the yearbook because I wanted to have fun while making something valuable. I took photos with my partner, Khaleesi. I got to go around school and take pictures of students. My pages were La Garza and one of the TK pages. I had so much fun while making pages and creating pages with my friends. I got to design pages by choosing backgrounds and templates to make a beautiful yearbook. I think that many students will enjoy working on the yearbook in the future.
Hi, my name is Hazel, and I signed up for yearbook at first because I simply wanted to expand my knowledge and interests. But making our Valimar yearbook turned out to be so much more than that. I was assigned 2 pages, outdoor ed and 5th grade baby pictures. For each one, I had to work with a partner. I spent weeks editing, creating, collaborating, and building these pages. Seeing them come to life on page with my own designs right there on paper amazed me. In the end, I turned out to enjoy learning so much during yearbook. First, I learned the obvious, how to edit and create pages using graphic design. I quickly found out that page composition is no joke, and even a simple mistake like spelling a student's name wrong or using a white background with an unreadable font can lead to a boring, unmeaningful yearbook. I also learned an important lesson on collaboration. Having to work with two separate pages with two separate partners taught me a whole lot on how to be flexible. For example, if I had an idea for the page but my partner had a different one, before the yearbook I probably would have just argued with them. But now I've learned that instead of resorting to fighting, you can simply combine your ideas with others to make an outstanding page. Lastly, my favorite part of yearbook was making something that people could keep for years to come. I helped create a yearbook full of memories for each and every student at our school. Valimar is so special, and I'm honored I got to end my time there capturing how special it was for everyone else. That has been so incredibly cool.
Thank you very much. All right. Tonight, Trustee Villalobos is attending virtually under the Just Cause option of AB 2449 and will disclose any persons in the room over the age of 18 and the general nature of their relationship during the roll call.
I have I have nobody in my room, but I do have 3 people who are over the age of 18 outside of my room.
And the relationship to you?
Oh, I'm sorry. Daughter-in-law, son, and husband.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Barbara, would you please take the roll call for us?
A roll call.
Okay.
Okay. Trustee Burdall. Here. Trustee Bricchini.
Here.
Trustee Doggett. Here. Trustee Hart. Here. Trustee Villalobos.
Here.
The district records the audio portion of the meetings. All recordings are kept in the superintendent's office for 30 days and are available during that time period for inspection by members of the public on district equipment without charge. All public comment must be made in person unless the board member will be attending remotely and as otherwise specified on the board agenda. Speakers wishing to address the board on agenda or non-agenda items, please complete a request card with your name, address, and the item number and submit it to the board president or the superintendent. You'll be called to address the board and may speak for up to 3 minutes. Please note, the public is welcome to provide comment to the board. Remarks are limited to 3 minutes unless extended or limited by vote of the board. A maximum of 20 minutes, unless extended by the board, is allocated for each subject discussed. The Brown Act open meeting regulations under which the board must operate do not allow board members to comment on non-agenda items or information you may bring up that are not on the agenda. Additionally, no action can be taken. However, the board may give direction to staff following a comment. Approval of the agenda. First, we want to move a couple things. So we'd like to move items 12A and 12B up after 11A. We also are going to remove item 12H, which is a jobs description. With those changes, would someone like to make a motion to approve the agenda?
Make a motion to approve.
Do you have a second?
Trustee Bricchini.
Yes.
Trustee Doggett.
Yes.
Trustee Hart. Trustee Villalobos.
Yes, sorry about that.
Motion passes 5-0.
All right. Report out on closed session topics. There are no reportable actions taken in closed session today. Approval of the consent agenda. All items on consent agenda will be approved with one motion, which is not debatable and which requires a unanimous vote for passage. If any member of the board, the superintendent, or the public so requests, Any item shall be removed from this section and placed in regular order of business following approval of the consent agenda. Are there any questions? Do I have a motion to approve the consent agenda? Do I have a second?
I'll second. I'll second.
Thank you. Trustee Burdall? Yes. Trustee Burkini?
Yes.
Trustee Doggett? Yes. Trustee Hart? Yes. Trustee Villalobos?
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
All right, moving on to superintendent and board special recognitions. Dr. Bowman. She's right there.
Good evening, Board of Trustees, guests, cabinet, friends. Today we are incredibly proud to honor Charlene Foldenauer. She is our Safe Routes to School coordinator from San Mateo Coastside and a value partner in Pacifica School District. For nearly a decade, Charlene has been a fierce and consistent champion for the safety and health and well-being of our students across Coastside, including Pacifica, Cabrillo United, La Honda Pescadero. As a former educator, she understands our schools deeply, and she has seamlessly paired the perspective with strong strategic leadership to support our students and families. Her impact is both broad and tangible. She has helped secure critical funding to expand pedestrian and bicycle safety education. She's brought meaningful improvements to our school communities for safety and crosswalk enhancements, flashing beacon. At Inger B. Lacey, she's helped bring curb extension to a shortened crossing distance and improve safety along Pearl Meadow. In addition, her leadership in programs like Rock and Roll to School, events and ongoing education ensures that not only students have a way to get to school, but a safe and healthy way to start the day. What truly sets Charlene apart is her heart. As a member of the Coastside community, herself, she brings a deep personal commitment to this work. She is widely known and thoughtful as a collaborative partner. She is someone who not only is highly effective, but also a genuine joy to work with. We are incredibly grateful for her partnership, her leadership, and her unwavering dedication to the safety and well-being of our students. When I joined last year, she was one of the first individuals that I had the opportunity to meet as the executive director. And immediately the very first thing out of her mouth was like, this is what I have for kids. And it was all about safety and children immediately. So at this time, I'd like to ask Charlene to please come up. And let's please give her a round of applause for all of her services that she has given. And so thank you very much. Would you like to say a few things?
Sure. Gosh, this is actually very surprising and touching my heart quite a bit. Thank you. I just want to say that this work is work that I truly do love to do, and I really enjoy working with Pacifica School District and the school teams, and of course the families and all the parents who put so much into Safe Routes to School initiatives. And also working with the city has been a wonderful experience and a super collaborative experience. Of course, I have to thank San Mateo County Office of Education, because I wouldn't be doing this if it wasn't for them. 6 years ago, they came up with this idea, and it's been working quite well. So I just want to say thanks to everyone who I've worked with and who I will work in the future, and I look forward to doing more stuff together.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. All right, we're moving on to communications. And first out of LSCA.
Good evening. For years and years as president of LSCA, I would often come to a board meeting, and when I was called to speak, I could shout from the back and simply say, "Nothing at this time." The time here at the podium has evolved over the years. We've gone from nothing at this time to representatives from different schools taking time to shine a light on awesome things happening at their sites, to where we are now, which is usually me having to frantically write a speech between dismissal and comment time and have my colleagues check it out. I can never really prepare in advance because there is a constant instability in all things in this district, and I never know what's the most important and where to focus. Tonight, I had planned for the next evolution of LSEA's designated comment time with the addition of a slide presentation to help with everyone's focus, especially for a night like tonight when I have many things to report and comment on and have a long speech. The cover slide for the Canva presentation I started had default text of group project, and it made me chuckle. It made me think how our school district is a massive group project and the group is failing because certain members are not doing their job and don't even know it's their job to participate in the project. LSEA and CSEA are doing their part of the project and then some. Those of us who have been around a while know it is possible to have a successful group project. We've seen it. That was back when I could simply shout out, "Nothing at this time." It's been years. I shared some of the slides from my attempt at a presentation earlier this evening at closed session with the trustees about going rate. At the last board meeting, Trustee Doggett asserted the going rate for cabinet level jobs, though I later researched and collected data to confirm that her statement was incorrect. But per usual, our trustees just voted to approve, along with the $150 month per gas stipend. Crazy. Anyway, going rate for teachers. I always get a good response from people when I share actual numbers, so here I go. I have completed 23 years of service in Pacifica, have a master's degree and 90 units beyond my BA. I make $92,541. If I had started my career in Burlingame, been a part of their group project, I would be making 45% more today and take home $134,420. That's right, $41,000 more a year in their group. If I started in Millbrae, it would be 40% more. Even in Jefferson, I'd make 29% more and bring home $120,480. Again, I make $92,541. But it got worse as I continued to crunch numbers. Maybe I joined the wrong group project and should just switch. What if I jumped ship today and went and got a job in one of those districts? I would throw away many years of accrued service. Why would I do such a thing after investing so much time here in Pacifica? Well, I could go to Millbrae next year and make 17% more. I could go to Burlingame and make $32,000 more, even with them just acknowledging 12 years of my teaching experience. For all my years in Pacifica, we've always been poorly paid, but we're greatly appreciated and respected. Our group project was successful. The discrepancy in our functioning is now getting wider and wider, and the appreciation and will to listen to teachers continues to plummet. We hire new teachers to join our group project, and as one recently said, Pacifica doesn't have a pay problem. They do not support or listen to teachers. Why should we stay? The turnover is telling. I have dealt with 4 union member issues this week alone, and it's only Wednesday, where I am trying to help get unanswered emails addressed. I can't even count how many emails I know I send that get ignored. I unfortunately am used to it. But this should never happen to any of us. We respond to you, please respond to us. I shouldn't have to wait for a superintendent's meeting with an agenda item marked 7th request for info regarding an item. 7th request. That's insane. Why did 6 emails from me go unanswered? And I wasn't even asking anything challenging. I'm trying to do my part of the group project and help the district and can't get anywhere when this stuff happens. We have a new member to our group project, and that's representatives from the county and FCMAT. Tonight we will hear the FCMAT report, and needless to say, it's not glowing. The report confirms many of the items LSEA has been going on about regarding lack of oversight of district personnel and the board members' understanding of their role as deficit spending that is happening. As we read the report, it is clear there will be lots of people in the district office and on the board who will not feel accountable and will shrug, point fingers, or say, "I'm new," or "That's systemic and wasn't my fault." But all those people are accountable to the staff and students at the school site and the taxpayers. They are members of the group project. Please start listening to all group members. Don't be put off by opposite opinions. Don't start making excuses when there is a critique. Most importantly, heed the advice of the county and FCMAT, and trustees, please ensure the superintendent is listening to them too. Everyone here is participating in the group project. This year has been a warning to a few of our participants. Please get it together so we can be successful. Thank you for your years of service to our district, Trustee Burkini. You once told me at a board meeting I would attract more bees with honey. And while I've tried, that doesn't work either. If you have more suggestions, we're always willing to talk. That goes for all board members. Please talk and listen to us. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is CSEA.
I'm going to say at every meeting, I hate following her. But I would love to say nothing to report. That hasn't happened since I've been president, by the way. Before we begin, CSEA would like to recognize Linda Bruchini for her dedicated service and support to PSD students and community. We wish you all the best. For 323 days. 323 days. Classified staff have continued to keep this district moving forward, all while waiting for a fair agreement. At some point, the number itself stops being just a statistic. 323 days is unacceptable. It represents employees struggling to keep up with rising costs while continuing to give everything they have to this district. It represents vacancies that remain unfilled because too many positions no longer provide wages that allow employees to live in the communities they serve. Our district often talks about recruitment and retention. The reality is, retention begins with respect, and respect is reflected in compensation. Employees cannot continue being asked to do more with less while watching delays continue month after month and continuous increasing in salaries going to the highest positions in this district. A district cannot build stability for students while the very employees who support those students are struggling to maintain stability themselves. Tonight, we are asking district leadership to move this process forward with urgency and purpose. We have brought forth a fair counter-proposal for your consideration. We are asking for a serious commitment to settling a fair contract that reflects the value of classified employees and recognizes the essential work we perform every day. We also want to share that CSEA Chapter 128 has partnered with the San Mateo County Central Labor Council as part of our ongoing commitment to solidarity and advocacy for workers throughout our community. We believe collaboration strengthens all of us, and we are proud to stand alongside organizations that support working families and public education. I forgot to say I'm Charlene Hilo, the CSEA president. And here's Nicole Ortega, my vice president. Sorry, I forgot.
That's okay. Good evening. This week, May 17th through the 23rd, is Classified School Employees Week. Our slogan this year is Students Thrive Where Classified Work. Classified employees have earned respect as co-educators and partners in the education community. More importantly, our amazing classified employees have become recognized as essential frontline workers, along with our wonderful teachers who help keep schools up and running while making a difference in the lives of the students that they serve each day. This evening, our chapter would like to recognize two groups of classified employees whose contributions are often unseen, but absolutely essential: our behaviorists and our van drivers. Our behaviorists work with students facing significant emotional and behavioral challenges. They help students regulate, problem solve, communicate, and succeed within the school environment. Their work requires patience, skill, empathy, and consistency. They help create safer and more supportive learning environments for everyone on campus. Our van drivers are entrusted each day with the safety and care of students during one of the most important parts of the school day, getting to and from school safely. They build relationships with students and families. They provide consistency and serve our families with kindness and professionalism. Their role is critical and too often overlooked. To our behaviorists and our van drivers, CSEA Chapter 128 sees you. We value you, and we appreciate everything you do for our students and for our district. We remain proud of all of our classified employees who continue to go above and beyond despite ongoing challenges and being consistently overlooked by this district. We remain committed to our students. We remain committed to our schools and our community. We remain committed to achieving the fair contract that our employees deserve. We demand action now. We are union proud and we are union strong.
Thank you.
All right, we've got two speakers this evening. Let's start with Gabriella Wiseman.
Hello. Tonight I am representing a group of TK and kindergarten teachers in our district regarding our repeated emails and ongoing concerns about student needs, classroom safety, and adequate support, which have continued to go unanswered. Our classrooms have been in urgent need of support. This year's restructuring created major need gaps for students. During the February 5th board presentation, a slide stated that 0 suspensions in TK through 3 indicates Tier 1 supports are successfully managing behavior. The fact that young students are not being suspended does not mean that classrooms are adequately supported or that serious behavioral concerns are not occurring. We cannot effectively address problems that are not being honestly acknowledged, measured, or reported. Across multiple school sites throughout the district, educators are facing the same issues: violent behaviors, constant disruptions, and classroom evacuations for safety. These are 4- and 5-year-old children. We support inclusion, but Tier 1 supports cannot carry Tier 3 needs. Teachers are being asked to make every classroom work without the staffing or supports required. Students who come ready to learn are losing instructional time and are getting hurt. Families are noticing, many are leaving the district, and that also has financial impact. All students have the right to learn in a safe, supported, and productive educational environment. Behaviors including screaming, throwing objects, property destruction, spitting, kicking, soiling, and physical aggression towards both students and adults. Given the severity and frequency of these incidents, what safety plan does the district currently have in place to ensure the protection of our students and our staff? Teachers are doing everything possible with the tools we have, but are being asked to manage situations that require specialized support beyond what is manageable. We are simply being advised to accommodate. Student success and teacher support must be the priority. Student needs must also be considered alongside appropriate student-to-teacher ratios. Classrooms are overextended and teachers are unable to provide the effective support to all of our learners. We wish board members and district leadership would visit classrooms and see firsthand what instruction looks like under the current situation. Too many decisions are being made without a full understanding of classroom realities. Too many teachers' emails are going unanswered. We ask that you trust our experience, our time, our effort, and that our professional insights and proposed solutions are given serious consideration and respect. We're not asking for less inclusion, we're asking for appropriate support, staffing, and placements. We would like to propose that next year, every single site be given a floating para for TK, K, and first grade classrooms. Providing preventative support at these grade levels is a proactive investment that addresses challenges early and helps meet a growing need before these issues escalate further. Our youngest learners can't keep waiting while classrooms remain overwhelmed. Critical needs are going unmet. Please do the next right thing.
Thank you. All right. Thank you. Our next speaker is Gwendolyn Holden.
Hi. There we go. Am I good, Joe? Hi, I'm back. I don't really want to be back, I'm not going to lie, but here I am. But I didn't get into this job because it was easy. So I am Gwendolyn Holden. I'm a 6th grade teacher at IBL, and I'm here tonight to speak again about the non-compliance of our school district with English language development. I started this crusade on September 13th of this academic year when a student came to me that had such limited English language skills that she was not able to say, "Can I go to the bathroom?" in English. She had been attending school in the Pacifica School District since May of 4th grade, and I got her in 6th grade, so she had an entire academic year in the Pacifica School District. And this is not to put blame on other schools, but to point out there is no supports in place for students who have little English language skills. On January 13th, I wrote to the board and expressed my concern, and I also came to a board meeting around that time. Since then, there has been no positive movement supporting students at basic language English proficiency in the Pacifica School District that I'm aware of. IBL, however, has used site funds to support these students, which by no means is a comprehensive solution for the school district. I'm here tonight to follow up with my letter on the board that I sent on April 15th, and to state for the record here from my research that the ELD's population in our school district has declined 37% over the past 2 years, from 224 to 139. And my understanding the Pacifica School District generally is a decline of 34%, or sorry, 4%. So this is a big difference. I mean, the students, these ELD students, are leaving our district or not coming to our district. That's 37% is a lot. And absence rate for my student this year is about 15%, and I believe that's fairly consistent across the board for the developing English language learners. And I would really ask the board for you guys to ask the district to ask what the numbers is. What is the attendance records of the students that are classified as 1s and 2s on the ELD score? So, 1s and 2s, newcomers, what is their attendance rates? Because I'm gonna bet that it's very similar to an absence rate of 15%, which we're not getting that money. So I'm gonna ask that you guys ensure that we're supporting all of our students and we're in compliant with state laws. I know Dr. Bowman has tried to convince you that because we're CLAD certified, we're in compliance with the law. But I'm here to tell you that it's not possible to teach basic English vocabulary, such as "Can I go to the bathroom?" at the same time as teaching inference of the author's meaning of a 6th grade level text. And with the hire of Catherine, I am very hopeful that things will move in a positive direction. I'm just going to ask that you to follow her lead, and then you ask Dr. Bowman what has been done and to follow through with this. That would be very helpful. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, our next speaker is Sue Beckmeyer.
Good evening. I always come to these meetings and not sure I'm going to speak. I pull a card, I fill it out, I fold it, I shove it in my pocket. But I need to say something tonight. What I just heard, what we've heard just now from the last 2 speakers, you know who can help with those problems? classified employees, paraprofessionals. Paraprofessionals are the best deal going. $14 to $15 an hour, people. It's not a lot of money. And we're dedicated. We keep showing up for that money. So clearly, I learned this in MBA school. Money is not the main motivator for employment. This unit over here is a witness to that. But you have to feel like your effort and energy is being met with respect and is being seriously considered. It doesn't feel that way. When Megan said, I remember shouting from the back, nothing at this time. Oh my gosh, almost every meeting when I was president was like that. It's not anymore. We have got to fix this. We got to pull together. You got to listen to us. There's a lot of experience in this room, in every room in this district. Please. I know there's a FICMAT discussion later. I understand they have their own protocols. There were a whole bunch of employees who really know how the district office functions were not asked. That's not respect. That needs to change. Please take us seriously. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. That was the last speaker. So we'll move on to Board Superintendent Correspondence and Communications. Okay.
So I don't have any correspondence or communications, but I just want to quickly say that I don't like my words being used to misrepresent me. And so since I've been on the board since 2019, I have never been to a meeting where Megan reported nothing to share. It's been budget issues since I've been here. And yes, I did say that an employee deserves the going rate. I believe all of our educators deserve more. I believe that. That's my personal belief. But my personal beliefs, I can't make decisions by myself. We as a board have to make fiscally responsible decisions based on the budget. And so what I believe you guys deserve so much more. I hope you all know that me personally, I hate it. I hate sitting here knowing how hard it is. So hopefully you all don't take those words to misrepresent me and what I believe. I don't want you all going out of there thinking, I think this person deserves more than our educators. I absolutely do not. So please reach out to your state and federal representatives. This district deserves so much more. And also, when it comes to compensation, yes, the salaries here are not where they should be, but total compensation, we're on par with the rest of the area. So make sure you all know that. And that's all I wanted to share.
Elizabeth?
Okay, since the last meeting, I've had meetings with Dr. Bowman, one-on-one meetings, and attended the Elna Flynn Awards dinner, which I think we're going to cover more later this afternoon or this evening. And it was a great event honoring the volunteers. Several workforce housing meetings. Went to the end of the year meeting with the music teachers and the band directors. The Pacifica School Volunteers had their end of 25 years reception, which was well attended up at Sunset Ridge, and it was sad to see an end of that after 25 years. Sunset Ridge PTO meeting, Parcel Tax Oversight Committee, CTE night at IBL. They had their career technology education, which was very well attended, and the kids seemed very excited about the different displays. Was here at the district office during the lockdown up at Sunset Ridge Ocean Shore when the kids were, the second graders were rerouted here and were being dismissed to parents here. And on a lighter note, attended the PEF Gala, which seemed to be very successful and enjoyed by everyone there, the 1980s night. And last night was IBL's band concert. So they had their advanced band, the 7th and 8th graders, and the jazz band, and the drum line.
Since our last meeting, I attended also the Parcel Tax and Bond Oversight Committee meetings, IBL Career Night, PEF Gala, the LSEA Social, Elna Flynn. I also went to the Kent Awards organized by San Mateo County School Board Association, and I was voted in as their new secretary. I also joined the Jefferson Union High School District's Education Housing Corporation as a community member, which I'm excited to learn.
All right, thank you. I've had my one-on-ones with Dr. Bowman. Also, I attended the Valimar Open House. As many of you know, this is my last meeting, so I just want to say a couple words. First, I want to thank all the teachers and the staff who've have been, and continue to always be the true heart of Pacifica Schools. I want to thank, because we didn't really get to do this, I want to thank Carissa. You've been drinking from a fire hose for the last year, and I know at the end of the day, your heart is with the children, and that's where it should be, and I believe you're going to be great for the school district. Finally, thank you to the board, except for Bridget. We've been through quite many things. I do. I haven't got to all this stuff. We started with a 400-person meeting for me at Sunset Ridge, followed by a 700-person meeting on Zoom from COVID. We went through all the COVID. We went through days, having a meeting on a day where the sun did not come up, which was incredibly challenging, and a lot of tears were shed that day. These are incredibly strong women that are always looking out for the kids, and their heart is in this for the teachers and for the students and for Pacifica. And it's been a pleasure for me to work with all of you, and Laverne, wherever you are. So thank you very much, and I look for the rest. That's be it, and I'll be still in town, so if anybody needs me, I'll still be here. But this will be my last meeting. So thank you.
I just want to thank Ms. Trustee Brocchini for her service to Pacifica for the past 6 years. It's been an honor listening to you and seeing your passion for education and for the teachers and the staff. And I know there's a lot that some people can't see the work you do, but working with you on the board, I see what you've done, and thank you for all your different perspectives too. I also wanted to thank all of the Elna Flynn winners. What you guys do is sometimes what I would consider a part-time job, and there may even be a couple people out there who do full-time hours as far as their volunteerism. So thank you very much, because there is no way that we could do this without you. And I just feel like Pacifica's always kind of been a leader in how our parents and community volunteer for the school. So thank you. As far as my last meeting, I've had a family emergency, and then I had a health emergency for me. So I was able to Zoom into Sunset Ridge's PTO meeting, and I heard a lot of concern there about community and how we still have some work to do in that area. I also received emails from LSEA, about some of their concerns. Also, a few teachers from the TK and kindergarten. And I hear your concerns with what's going on, and I did, put an idea out there that, I had a daughter who received services from the school district before she was 5 years old because of her speech. And so if you're a parent out there listening and you have concerns, you can always reach out to the school district and see if there's any way that we can help you. The last thing I wanted to touch on is I think I'm going to skip that. The one that I wanted to also talk about is the family emergency. I wasn't here when it happened, but I have heard feedback that everything in the best way that we could handle it, everybody worked together and handled it. So thank you. And that's all I really have for this week. Thanks.
Thank you. Dr. Bowman?
Sure. I have met with the trustees at the one-on-one meetings. I've also met with the cabinet members at their one-on-one meetings. I have had the opportunity to be at the Creek Festival at IBL today. I've seen Red Cross at Ortega. I've been at Valimar playing with kids. I've also had meetings with CSEA and LSEA, County Council. We've also met with San Mateo County and the Office of Early Learning and getting ideas for support for TK and K. I've also been meeting regularly with our differentiated assistance office at San Mateo County. We are under differentiated assistance for our long-term English learners and their attendance. We've been there for 2 years. In 2016, there was the request to put an EL master plan in place. Pacifica didn't have one until this past school year. And so are we where we want to be? No, but I'm happy that we're making progress, and I appreciate the teachers coming in and bringing it to our attention. And please know that both TK and the early learning of the individuals and kindergarten, as well as the ELL learners and their attendants, not only our ETELs, who we are already identified for, but also our English learners. We have had some EL learners move, but I will also say that we've had the highest reclassification rate of kids doing well on LPAC than we've had in the last 5 years. And so a large number of our kids have reclassified, and we've had celebrations here. So I want to let you know that there are good things happening, and we do hear you, and we are working towards support. I want to address the cabinet and the board. Cabinet and myself and the board were here because we like kids. Nobody moved to Pacifica and said, what can we do here to make everybody unhappy? Every single one of us came here and wants to do what's well. Right now, my cabinet members are in the same situation that you are. They're fighting parents, they're fighting teachers, they're fighting all the different parties, and their main goal, as mine, is kids. So please know, nobody in this cabinet or leadership is against you. We are all educators. We all came here to be educators. We've spent our lives being educators, and we are not the enemy. We want to work together. I've made my office open to everybody at any time. Please come by. I cannot do everything within a short period, but it doesn't mean we're not working together. So please reach out. Please come by. We are willing to work, and we want to work with you. And lastly, I want to thank Linda. It's hard to come up here and volunteer your time, and it's not always a pleasant experience. And I, again, with cabinet and with our teachers and paras, everybody in this room, everybody in our school building wants what's best for kids. Nobody woke up today and said, how can we make people mad? There are parents that do things differently. There are board members that do things differently. There are cabinet members that do things differently, and superintendents. And if there's somebody here that is not doing what's best for kids, then we need to address it. And I will be happy to do so and hold people accountable. But I want cabinet to know that I thank you. You work about 80 hours a week. You are always out and about. I think, Catherine, I think you've been to every open house. I think Martha, you've been to 6 IEP meetings. Please know that it doesn't go unwatched. And I know you want what's best for kids. And I know that we will build a partnership with the administrators, with the teachers, with the paras. We want to be on the same team and we want to move forward together. And Linda, I wish you the absolute best. And I hope that you are able to enjoy your family and have time. And I greatly appreciate your service. Thank you.
All right, let's move on to some awards. Elna Flynn, 2026 awards recipients. We have Nicole Fletcher here to make a presentation.
Hello, thank you. Where's the presentation? Oh, okay. Oh, whoops. Okay. Good evening. My name is Nicole Fletcher, and I'm the Parent Council Representative for Ortega. Tonight, it's my privilege to join you in recognizing the 2026 Elna Flynn Outstanding Award winners for the Pacifica School District. For nearly 4 decades, this award has celebrated the extraordinary individuals who have given their time, energy, and hearts in support of education and our school communities. First awarded in 1988, the Elna Flynn Outstanding Volunteer Award honors those whose dedication often happens quietly behind the scenes, yet making a lasting impact on students, teachers, and families. The award is named after Elna Flynn, a remarkable volunteer whose commitment to our schools set the standard for service. Even after her 4 children completed their education in the district, she continued to dedicate herself to helping others. From room parent to library chair to PTO president, Elna Flynn embodied the true spirit of volunteerism. Tonight, we continue that tradition by recognizing volunteers who reflect her example of generosity, leadership, and unwavering support for the education of our children. So for Caprio, since we have Joanne Olson. Since her granddaughter Bianca started kindergarten, Joanne Olson has been a pillar of the Cabrillo community. Now supporting both Bianca, 4th grade, and Lilibel, 1st grade, Joanne is a whirlwind of productivity. She can be found in many capacities around campus, leading art lessons, managing the library, or running Pioneer Day candle making. She does it all with her signature work hard, play hard attitude. Joanne's impact extends far beyond the classroom, from single-handedly securing local donations for the 4th grade fundraiser to organizing the Rockaway Beach tree lighting. She's a master of community spirit and preparation. To our students, she is simply Grandma Joanne, the kind soul who offers extra carpool rides and library outings with a smile. Joanne, thank you for being our spark plug. Your tireless energy in the library and art room keep us afloat, and your laughter makes every task lighter. We are so lucky to have your can-do spirit and generous heart at Cabrillo. Thank you, Joanne. IBL, we have Lisa McNicol. Embodies the very spirit of the Elna Flynn Award. Since her children's elementary school days, she has been a steadfast presence in our community, always showing up, always stepping in. 3 years ago, Lisa took on the role of Vice President of Fundraising for the IBL PTO, a position that by her own admission wasn't quite what she had in mind. She simply wanted to create fun, meaningful experiences for kids and families, and that is exactly what she did. She brought IBL's first ever movie night to life and poured her heart into teacher appreciation events year after year, making sure educators felt seen and genuinely valued. Lisa leads with joy, serves with generosity, and lifts everyone around her. The IBL community is immeasurably better for having had her, and she will be deeply missed. Now we have Ocean Shore. She's right there. Kendra Vara has been a stalwart supporter of schools programs, teachers, and students. Kendra came to Ocean Shore 12 years ago when her twin sons, Jack and Andrew, now in high school, entered the program. Her daughter, Ellie, a 5th grader, will be moving on to IBL in the fall. Kendra has been a quiet and gentle force of nature whose mantra seems to have been, "How may I help?" Kendra is a careful listener, problem solver, and knows how to get a job done. She has served in a myriad of capacities, from being the Kinder Blue Book Bag Program Coordinator, Special Projects Coordinator, Oceans 411 Classroom Coordinator, to PTO Treasurer, an enormous job in helping out at many fundraising events. She has perpetuated the foundational pillars of Ocean Shore School through her parent volunteerism, generosity of time and spirit, and her desire to support families and their children in feeling part of our community. This is from Kendra. The truth is, I volunteer at Ocean Shore because I get to hang out with my favorite people while we watch our kids learn and play together under the guidance of the best teachers I have ever known. Thank you, Kendra, very much for everything you do for our community. Ortega. Over the past 5 years, Chris Stewart's endless dedication to the Ortega community has been both remarkable and inspiring. As a longtime PTO board member and current communications secretary for the Ortega PTO, Chris works tirelessly to ensure families stay informed and connected by preparing the weekly Ottertown News newsletter with consistency and care, sending it out like clockwork every Friday at noon. Chris's impact extends far beyond her role on the PTO board. She's known as Dr. Stewart and has supported the science curriculum and led hands-on labs, including memorable squid and owl pellet dissections. She also is in the copy room every Thursday and making copies for every teacher that needs them. And she also works with the fourth grade students on math and just is a fantastic person. So thank you, Chris. We really appreciate you. Next is Sunset Ridge. Ashlyn Collins, she's not here, has lived in Pacifica since the age of 4 and attended school here from kindergarten through high school. Ashlyn has been a volunteer at Sunset Ridge since her now second grade daughter started TK. Having fought a 3-year battle with leukemia when her daughter was born, she started volunteering to connect with her daughter and to get a taste of the classroom again. She was a former pre-K teacher. If you ask her, she will say she hit the jackpot getting to connect with the most amazing people at SRE. The following year, she jumped right on the PTO executive board and held the role of room parent coordinator for 2 years. This year, she is co-vice president of the PTO. Ashlyn writes the PTO monthly newsletter, helps organize and promote fundraisers, volunteers in the classroom, and helps at the snack shack, and is a parent advocate at heart. Thank you so much for everything you do. Valimar. Maria is a lifelong Pacifican with deep family roots. She's a proud parent of 3, including a 3rd grader at Valimar Elementary, where she is a driving force in the school community. In her 4th year on the Valimar PTO, Maria is the cornerstone of school leadership. As a grade representative and VP fundraising, she brings vision, energy, and relentless dedication to everything. Her leadership powered record-breaking fundraising and expanded vital programs, enrichment opportunities, and school-wide experiences. Maria is known for being everywhere she's needed, consistently showing up, supporting events, and attending nearly every TKK tour with enthusiasm and dedication. She's a natural connector and builds strong relationships between families, staff, and community, elevating everyone around her. Her impact extends well beyond Valimar as she serves on the IBL PTO, generously sharing her time as a leadership powerhouse. As we honor tonight's recipients, we are reminded that strong schools are built not only by teachers and staff, but also by the countless volunteers who give so generously of themselves to support our children and our community. Each of these remarkable individuals has made a lasting impact through their kindness, dedication, leadership, and willingness to serve wherever they are needed most. To Joanne, Lisa, Kendra, Chris, Ashlyn, and Maria, we appreciate you and the example you're setting for all of our community. Thank you for continuing the incredible legacy of volunteerism that Elna Flynn began so many years ago. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, we would like to go to the resolutions of appreciation for retiring employees.
Is it okay if I read this one? Yeah? Okay. Thanks for letting me read this one. Dr. Ellie Cundiff. Resolved by the Board of Trustees of Pacifica School District, County of San Mateo, State of California, That whereas Dr. Ellie Cundiff has tirelessly served students, families, and staff for Pacifica School District since 1993 as both a teacher and a principal, dedicating 33 years to public education. And whereas Dr. Cundiff's commitment to doing what is best for children has left a lasting impact on countless students, families, and members of our school community. And whereas Dr. Cundiff's steady presence has provided a safe and welcoming space for meaningful and lasting relationships to evolve among educators, students, and families. And whereas Dr. Cundiff has provided excellent support to her administrators, teachers, staff, and students alike, demonstrating the incredible compassion and pride in her work and is truly loved and respected by all. And whereas Dr. Cundiff has fulfilled all her duties and responsibilities with professionalism and integrity, serving as a trusted educator, leader, mentor, and friend to many. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Board of Trustees of Pacifica School District extends its best wishes to Dr. Ellie Cundiff upon the occasion of her retirement following 33 faithful years of service to public education. May this next chapter be filled with joy, rest, adventure, pickleball, and the same sense of purpose and connection she has given so generously to others, to us, throughout her career.
I don't know. Oh, okay, we're taking pictures. Thank you. Come here, Dan. Come here. Come here. Come on. You too. Yeah, come on. She's not getting it. Okay. Peg, you're next. I'm up next. Speech. I would just like to say thank you. It's been a journey, and I think the honor has been working with fantastic people. I've always felt that people in Pacifica have cared for kids and put kids first. We've not always had the best budgets, but it's been an honor to work with fabulous teachers, classified people, other administrators to make sure that we have smiles on our kids' faces and that we support families. So I just thank you very much.
Thank you, Ellie. All right. Next, Carolyn Goodnall.
What? Okay, nobody called. All right, so this is for Carolyn Goodnall. Resolved by the Board of Trustees of the Pacifica School District, County of San Mateo, State of California, that whereas Carolyn Goodnall has been a highly successful child nutrition cook in the Pacifica School District since 2014, where she was the glue that held this cafeteria together, flourishing her scooper like a magic wand and managing the chaos of the kitchen like a wizard. There's no chaos in the kitchen. Whereas Carolyn Goodnall has enriched the lives, and this is true, of countless number of students and their families at Sunset Ridge and Ocean Shore schools, and has gone above and beyond during countless emergencies, such as the great mudslide of Route 1, feeding through COVID times, and cooking food for students during a remodel without an actual oven for 5 months, and that is true too. Whereas Carolyn Goodnall has fulfilled her duties and responsibilities as a child nutrition cook in a professional and highly exemplary manner, maintaining her cool even when dealing with daily surprises that would send most people running for the exit, such as the supply chain deciding that napkins are a luxury item, and that lunch hour stampede like reaching to the door, or when the delivery truck brings you 2 cases of cabbages when you were expecting carrots. Carolyn handled every logistical hiccup with a mix of grace and grit. Whereas Carolyn Goodall has provided excellent support for her administrators, teachers, staff, and students, demonstrating incredible patience, caring, and pride in her work and school. Every day, Carolyn ensured our students were not just fed, but truly cared for, and she was truly loved and respected by all. Now, therefore, be it resolved by the Board of Trustees of the Pacifica School District extends its best wishes to Carolyn Goodall upon the occasion of her retirement and hanging up her apron following 11 and a half years of faithful and dedicated service. She can now pursue a life where the silverware isn't plastic, nobody complains when the mashed potatoes are touched with chicken tenders, and that might be me, okay, and lunches are not timed. I apologize, Carolyn. We extend sincere best wishes for a rewarding and fulfilling future. We will truly miss you. And she's not here.
All right. Next is Catherine Hume.
I'm the principal today for Cabrillo. Resolution number 2026-05-20C. Catherine Heon, or Kathy. Resolved by the Board of Trustees of the Pacifica School District, County of San Mateo, State of California, that whereas Kathy Heon has been a successful school assistant in the Pacifica School District since 2007, and whereas Kathy Heon has enriched the lives of countless number of students and their families at Cabrillo School, and whereas Kathy Heon has provided excellent support to her administrators, teachers, staff, and students, demonstrating incredible patience. Most of hers, this isn't in there, but I like to ad-lib anyway. Most of her service was yard duty, and when I say incredible patience, caring and pride in her work. Kathy Ann is truly loved and respected by all, and whereas Kathy Ann has fulfilled all of her duties and responsibilities as a school assistant in a professional and highly exemplary manner, now therefore be it resolved that the Board of Trustees of the Pacifica School District extends its best wishes to Kathy Heon upon the occasion of her retirement following 18 years of faithful and dedicated service to public education, and extends its best sincere wishes for a rewarding and fulfilling future. Thank you.
Jean Licata.
Resolution number 2026-520D, Board of Trustees, Pacifica School District, County of San Mateo, State of California. Resolved by the Board of Trustees of the Pacifica School District, County of San Mateo, State of California, that whereas Jean Licata has been a highly successful teacher in the Pacifica School District since 2007, and whereas Jean Licata has enriched the lives of a countless number of students and their families at Ingram B. Lacey Middle School, and whereas Jean Licata encouraged and cheered on many girls to follow their interest in STEM, and whereas Jean Licata always was there to talk shop and answer every nerdy science question a student could think of, and whereas Jean Licata spent countless hours making the promotion ceremony ribbons that our graduates wear with pride, whereas Jean Licata stepped up to help new teachers by sharing her years of experience and advice, and whereas Jean Licata fulfilled the responsibilities and duties assigned to her position as a teacher during her employment with the district. Now, therefore, it be resolved that the Board of Trustees of the Pacifica School District extends its best wishes to Jean Licata upon the occasion of her retirement following 18 years of faithful and dedicated service to public education, and extends its sincere best wishes for a rewarding and fulfilling future. Do I read that part? Yes. Regularly passed and adopted this 20th day of May 2026.
Thank you. All right, George Machado.
The Resolution 2026-0520E. Resolved by the Board of Trustees of Pacifica School District, County of San Mateo, State of California, that whereas George Machado has been a highly successful Director of Facilities and Maintenance in Pacifica School District since 2018, and whereas has worked diligently to ensure that our school facilities were safe, clean, maintained to the highest standard, and whereas has provided excellent leadership as facilities maintenance director, demonstrating professionalism and strong commitment in well-functioning schools for our students and staff, whereas has fulfilled his duties and responsibilities as the director of facilities and maintenance in a professional and highly exemplary manner. It is now therefore be it resolved that the Board of Trustees of Pacifica School District extends its best wishes to George Machado upon occasion of his retirement following 8 years of faithful and dedicated service to public education, regularly passed and adopted this 20th day of May 2026.
All right. Diane Siegel.
All right. Diane Siegel, resolved by the Board of Trustees of the Pacifica School District, County of San Mateo, State of California, that whereas Diane Siegel has been a highly successful teacher in the Pacifica School District since 2019, and whereas Diane Siegel has enriched the lives of a countless number of students and their families at Ortega, and whereas Diane Siegel has provided excellent support to her administrator, teachers, staff, and students, demonstrating incredible patience, caring, and pride in her work, Diane Siegel was truly loved and respected by all, and whereas Diane Siegel has fulfilled all her duties and responsibilities as a teacher in a professional and highly exemplary manner, now, therefore, be it resolved that the Board of Trustees of the Pacifica School District extends its best wishes to Diane Siegel upon the occasion of her retirement following 6 years of faithful and dedicated service to public education, and extends its sincere best wishes for a rewarding and fulfilling future, regularly passed and adopted this 20th day of May, 2026. Thank you.
All right, Michelle Sullivan.
Okay. Resolution number 2026-0520G. Michelle Sullivan. Resolved by the Board of Trustees of the Pacifica School District, County of San Mateo, State of California, that whereas Michelle Sullivan has been a highly successful teacher in the Pacifica School District since 1990, let me say that again, since 1990, and whereas Michelle Sullivan has enriched the lives of countless numbers, they really are countless, of students and their families at Cabrillo, and whereas Michelle Sullivan has provided excellent support to her administrators, there have been a lot of them, teachers, staff, and students, demonstrating incredible patience, caring, and pride in her work. Michelle Sullivan is truly loved and respected by all of us. And whereas Michelle Sullivan has fulfilled her duties and responsibilities as a teacher in a professional and highly exemplary manner, now therefore be it resolved that the Board of Trustees of the Pacifica School District extend its best wishes to Michelle Sullivan upon the occasion of her retirement following 36 years, again, 36 years of faithful and dedicated service to public education, and extends its sincere best wishes for a rewarding and fulfilling future, regularly passed and adopted this 20th day of May, 2026. I know she's here, so come on up.
Just really quickly, I wanted to say thank you very much. I spent 35 of my 36 years at Cabrillo, so it's a home away from home.
All right, next is Virginia S.
We noticed.
After 6.5 years, I'm sorry, I still don't know how to pronounce it correctly. Thank you, Shapaniak.
All right, resolution number 2026-0520H. Board of Trustees, Pacifica School District, County of San Mateo, State of California, Virginia Shapaniak. Resolved by the Board of Trustees of the Pacifica School District, County of San Mateo, State of California, that
whereas Virginia Shapaniak has been a highly successful teacher in the Pacifica School District since 2007, and
whereas Virginia has created, implemented, and supported Oceans Week, Oceans 411 Marine Study for over 30 years, first as a parent volunteer, a scientist, and then as a teacher and mentor for all. Whereas
Virginia consistently provided excellent individualized instruction tailored to the unique strengths, needs, and aspirations of each student who walked through her door, ensuring that all learners were challenged, supported, and inspired. And
whereas Virginia's influence extended beyond the classroom through mentorship, collaboration, and leadership that strengthened the school community and positively impacted generations of students. And
whereas Virginia has fulfilled all her duties and responsibilities as a teacher in a professional and highly exemplary manner.
now therefore be it resolved that the Board of Trustees of the Pacifica School District extends its best wishes to Virginia Shapaniak upon the occasion of her retirement following 19 years of faithful and dedicated service to public education, and extends its sincere best wishes for a rewarding and fulfilling future. Regularly passed and adopted this 20th day of May, 2026.
We should be behind you. Oh, you go, well, okay. You can go wherever.
Yep, I can hold it. You want me to hold anything else?
Thank you. Thank you for the honor and privilege of teaching all these years in Pacifica School District. I'm grateful to Principal Mark Lorenzen for hiring me 20 years ago. I have always felt that if a person was going to be of service and work such long hours and days, which for me averaged 12 hours per day, 6 days per week, that all of that energy is well spent when working on behalf of children. It is an investment in the future. As a child, I did not have experience that I did not experience that concern or investment in my education. I never wanted a child to feel as though their education didn't matter. This ending is bittersweet for me. Until last year, I hadn't thought about retiring. This past year and the few years leading to it have been hard and disappointing. I'm no longer able to teach the way that I was trained or mentored. I will miss the children every day. I will not miss the changes that have left me wondering how educational administrators could lose their focus or stray off the path of putting students and their needs first, and of not treating teachers like the professionals that we are, doing one of the most important jobs that there is. I can leave here tonight on June 4th with great satisfaction, knowing that I gave my job, my students, and Pacifica everything I have to give. I know that my guiding light, I know what my guiding light has been. I ask, what is your true north? Thank you.
Thank you. And finally, Jackie Wally.
Resolution number 2026-520I. Board of Trustees, Pacifica School District, County of San Mateo, State of California. Jacqueline Wally. Resolved by the Board of Trustees of the Pacifica School District, County of San Mateo, State of California, that whereas Jackie Wally has been a highly successful teacher in the Pacifica School District since 2004, and whereas Jackie Wally has enriched the lives of a countless number of students and their families at Inger B. Lacey School, and whereas Jackie Wally built a solid academic foundation for her sixth graders, helping them master the essentials of math and science, whereas Jackie Wally has been a reliable and steady team member whom her colleagues could always count on for her support and leadership, and whereas Jackie Wally took the time to truly get to know every student, making sure she understood and met their individual needs, and whereas Jackie Wally has provided excellent support to her administrator, teachers, staff, and students, demonstrating incredible patience, caring, and pride in her work. Jackie Wally is truly loved and respected by all. And whereas Jackie Wally has fulfilled all her duties and responsibilities as a teacher in a professional and highly exemplary manner. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Board of Trustees of the Pacifica School District extends its best wishes to Jackie Wally upon the occasion of her retirement following 22 years of faithful and dedicated service to public education, and extends its sincere best wishes for a rewarding and fulfilling future. Regularly passed and adopted this 20th day of May, 2026.
All right, and with that, do I have a motion to adopt the resolutions of appreciation for retiring employees? Do I have a second?
Trustee Berdal? Yes. Trustee Burkini?
Yes.
Trustee Doggett? Yes. Trustee Hart? Yes. Trustee Villalobos?
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
All right, we got two more resolutions, and then it'll be time for cake. First is principals and Dr. Bowman. This is appreciation for parent volunteers and Pacifica Education Foundation. Oh, well, okay. Well, 6 resolutions.
They're reading
You want to go, Pat?
You ready, Pat, first?
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, thank you.
Oh, you are going to? Oh, okay, great. I thought, all right, awesome. Thank you. Do you want to come up, please? No. Okay. Okay. All right, thank you. Resolution 2026-0520P. Whereas the Pacifica School District is deeply committed to providing a comprehensive, high-quality education that inspires, empowers every student to reach their fullest potential. And whereas achieving this vision requires strong community collaboration, resources, and dedication, and extend beyond standard state funding limits. And whereas the Pacifica Education Foundation has served as a cornerstone of supports for our schools, consistently working to bridge the funding gaps and enhance the educational landscape for all of Pacifica students. Whereas through tireless fundraising, volunteerism, and advocacy, PEF has already directed vital programs including elementary science, music, slam poetry, and wellness initiatives that have enriched the daily learning experiences of our students. And whereas the strategic alignment between the Pacifica Education Foundation and the district's leadership ensures that every dollar it's raised is maximized to support the classroom tools, vital staff positions, and critical inequities. Now, therefore, be resolved that the Pacifica School Board of Education does hereby express its profound gratitude, highest condemnation, and Pacifica Education Foundation and the board directors, volunteers, donors for their generosity and contributions. The Board of Education formally reaffirms its commitment to sustaining and deepening this treasured partnership with Pacifica Education Foundation, working hand in hand to assure our schools remain vibrant places of discovery, excellence for generations to come. Regularly passed and adopted this 20th day of May of 2026. Thank you.
What folder? For Pat? No, they're not here. We'll get it to them.
Okay, we'll get it for you. All right. Thank you.
Yeah, we have to, the resolutions have to be signed.
Okay, thank you.
We'll get it to you.
Yes.
So,
What, Cabrillo?
Okay, this is a long one. All right, Cabrillo Elementary School Parent Groups. Resolved by the Board of Trustees of the Pacifica School District, County of San Mateo, State of California, that whereas the Cabrillo Elementary School Parent Groups have been a treasured, supportive, and invaluable volunteer base for the Cabrillo Elementary School site, always recognizing that it is all about the children, and whereas the parent volunteers of Cabrillo School have brought a wealth of experience, energy, and excitement to the benefit of the Cabrillo Elementary School site by contributing valuable time and efforts to provide a warm, welcoming, and professionally rewarding atmosphere for the teachers and staff of the school, and whereas the parents have given liberally of their volunteer time and effort, always putting in a good deal of their own personality into everything they did, and whereas each member of these vital groups has worked tirelessly when asked to raise monies to provide the extras needed for the school site, and oftentimes raising money to provide for the basic needs of the school, and ensuring that there are rich opportunities for our students for enriched learning in the arts and music. And whereas the parent groups of Cabrillo Elementary School have exhibited incredible and tireless effort in working together with one another at the site and the other parent groups district-wide, and whereas the Cabrillo Elementary School Parent Council, CPEC, PTO, and PEF liaisons, Parent Stakeholder Committee, class liaisons, creative arts volunteers, library volunteers, and a myriad of other volunteer positions that make the school run so smoothly every day have worked so very well together, recognizing their similarities and differences in their capacity as volunteers and parents, and now, therefore be it
that it is all about the children, and
whereas the parent volunteers of Ocean Shore School have brought a wealth of experience, energy, and excitement to the benefit of the Ocean Shore School by contributing their time and efforts to provide a warm, welcoming environment for children and staff, and
whereas the parents have given liberally of their volunteer time and effort, always putting in a good deal of their own personality into every volunteer effort, and
whereas each member of these vital groups has worked tirelessly when asked to support the extras needed for school site, and
whereas the parent groups of Ocean Shore School have exhibited incredible and tireless effort of working together, and
whereas the Ocean Shore School PTO, including the Diversity Learning Group, the Environmental Action Team, the representatives to all district committees, including the Parent Council, CPAC, the Sunset Ridge PTO, to provide Oceans 411 field trips, have worked together, recognizing their common goal of providing an enriching and well-rounded education to every child on campus as volunteers and parents, and
now therefore be it resolved that the Board of Trustees of the Pacifica School District recognizes the Ocean Shore School parent volunteer groups for their many contributions to the students and families of the district, and
therefore be it resolved that the Board hereby extends its heartfelt appreciation to the Ocean Shore parent volunteers on behalf of the community, staff, and most importantly, the students of the district. Regularly passed and adopted this 20th day of May, 2026.
Ortega Elementary School Parent Groups. Resolved by the Board of Trustees of the Pacifica School District, County of San Mateo, State of California, that whereas the Ortega Elementary School Parent Council, CPAC, and PTO parent volunteers have been a treasured, supportive, and invaluable volunteer base for the Ortega Elementary School site, always recognizing that it is all about the children, and whereas the parent volunteers of Ortega Elementary School have brought a wealth of experience, new ideas and activities, energy and excitement to the benefit of the Ortega school site by contributing their time and efforts to provide a warm, teachers and staff of the school, and whereas the parents have given liberally of their volunteer time and effort, especially on Thursdays, where they make copies, laminate, cut, and bookbind for teachers, putting in a good deal of their own personality into every volunteer effort, such as decorating the welcoming bulletin board to highlight the different heritage months. And whereas each member of these vital groups has worked tirelessly when asked to raise money to provide the vital supplemental programs needed for the school site, including art classes, garden science, and physical education, and oftentimes raising money to provide for the basic needs of the school. And whereas the parent groups of Ortega Elementary School have exhibited incredible and tireless effort in working together with other parents at the site to plan and host events that build community and highlight our diversity and various interests, including the Global Village Celebration, Science Night, and Literacy Night. And whereas the Ortega Elementary School Parent Council, CPAC, and PTO parent groups have worked so very well together, recognizing their similarities and differences in their capacity as volunteers and parents, and now, therefore, be it resolved that the Board of Trustees of the Pacifica School District recognizes Ortega Elementary School parent volunteer groups for their many contributions to the students and families of the district, and further, be it resolved that the Board hereby extends its heartfelt appreciation to the Ortega Elementary School Parent Council, CPAC, and PTO on behalf of the community, staff, and most importantly, the students of the district, regularly passed and adopted on this 20th day of May, 2026. Thank you.
Resolution number 2026-0520N, resolved by the Board of Trustees of the Pacifica School District, County of San Mateo, State of California, that
whereas the Sunset Ridge Elementary School PTO, the Diversity Inclusion Action Team, School Parent Council, DLAC Committee, CPAC, and Room Parent Committee, the School Site Council, have been a treasured, supportive, and invaluable volunteer base for the Sunset Ridge Elementary School, always recognizing that it is all about the children and promoting a love of lifelong learning. And
whereas the parent volunteers of Sunset Ridge School have brought a wealth of experience, energy, and excitement to the benefit of the school site by contributing their time and efforts to provide a warm, welcoming environment for children and staff. And
whereas the parents have given liberally of their volunteer time, effort, heart, soul, and always putting a good deal of their own personality into every volunteer effort. And
whereas each member of these vital groups has worked tirelessly when asked to provide support for extras needed for school, for field trips, programs, and for the little extras that make teachers and children feel loved. And
whereas the parent groups of Sunset Ridge Elementary School have exhibited incredible and tireless effort in working together with other parents at the site and the other parent groups district-wide. And
whereas the Sunset Ridge School PTO Diversity Inclusion Action Team, Parent Council, DLAC, CPAC, Room Parent Committee, and Ocean Shore PTO and the School Site Council have worked so very well together, recognizing their similarities and differences in their capacity as volunteers and parents, and make Sunset Ridge shine each and every day. And
now, therefore, be it resolved that the Board of Trustees of the Pacifica School District recognizes the Sunset Ridge Elementary School parent volunteer groups for their many contributions to the students and families of the district. And
Further, be it resolved that the board hereby extends its heartfelt appreciation to Sunset Ridge parent volunteer groups on behalf of the community, staff, and most importantly, the students of the district, regularly passed and adopted this 20th of May, 2026.
Resolution number 2026-0520, Valleymar School Family Groups. Resolved by the Board of Trustees of the Pacifica School District, County of San Mateo, State of California, that whereas the Valleymar School PTO, CPAC, ELAC, and School Site Council family and community groups have been treasured and invaluable partners to the Valleymar school community, always placing students at the center of their work, and whereas these dedicated volunteers generously give their time, talents, resources to create a warm, welcoming, and inclusive school community through programs, events, and activities such as the Fall Fun Fest, the annual auction, before school meet and greets, math night, science night, and many, many other family-centered programs that strengthen connections between home and school. And whereas the Valleymar School PTO, CPAC, ELAC, and School Site Council continually support Valleymar School's commitment to maintaining a safe and supportive learning environment by promoting the Star Stallion values of safety, teamwork, accountability, and respect, while advocating for students and keeping families informed and engaged. And whereas the School Site Council plays a vital role in improving learning conditions for students by analyzing student achievement data and approving school plan for achievement goals that support student success and well-being. And whereas these groups exemplify the spirit of volunteerism, collaboration, and partnership, enriching the educational experience of all students and helping make Valleymar School a strong and connected community. And now, therefore, be it resolved that the Board of Trustees of the Pacifica School District recognizes and celebrates the Valleymar School PTO, CPAC, ELAC, and School Site Council for their outstanding dedication, advocacy, and countless contributions to the students, staff, and families of the district. And further be it resolved that the board hereby extends its sincere gratitude and heartfelt appreciation to the Valleymar School PTO, CPAC, ELAC, and School Site Council on behalf of the entire Valleymar School community, and most importantly, the students whose lives are enriched through their extraordinary commitment and care. Regularly passed and adopted this 20th day of May 2026.
All right. With that, do I have a motion to adopt the resolutions of appreciation for parent volunteers and PEF? Okay, Kai made a motion. Second? Bridget, second?
Trustee Burdall? Yes. Trustee Burkini?
Yes.
Trustee Doggett? Trustee Hart? Trustee Villalobos?
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
Okay, I'd like to make a motion to take a 10-minute break to celebrate tonight's honorees with some cake. Do I have a second? All right, all in favor? Sorry, roll call. Yes.
Trustee Doggett? Trustee Hart? Trustee Villalobos?
Yes.
Sorry you can't have cake. Motion passes 5-0, 10-minute break.
Yeah, thank you. All right, we are back in session. Let's move on with Ingrid B. Lacey Schools PTO financial presentation.
It's working? Yeah. I am going to try to do this quickly. I think the running theme here is parents show up. Parents show up for their school communities, and it's no different at IBL. You guys have seen probably a bunch of elementary school PTOs. It does look a little different. The fundraising is a little bit more limited, but at the end of the day, the parents do show up, and that's kind of the running theme today, and I think it's the running theme in my financial presentation. I don't know how to use this. Do I just press? There we go. All right. You guys can read that. I'm not going to read slides. Our mission is to support and enrich the educational programs of Ingrid B. Lacey Middle School. We accomplish this through the combined efforts of staff and families in providing a safe and nurturing environment in which each student can be successful academically, socially, and emotionally. So for last year, we started the year with a balance of $58,705. We had about $40,000 in income of fundraising totals. Fundraising is interesting at IBL because this number that you see here is both actual fundraising initiatives like fireworks booth, but also when we have events or field trips that the PTO funds, we also ask for parent donations. So if parents can give a donation for that particular field trip, it ends up in the income bucket. So that's what you will see. But our normal numbers for fundraising itself, like fireworks booth or the Big Three raffle or something like that, our numbers typically fall around the $30,000 range. Last year, our expenses were about $38,000, close to $39,000. We ended the year with a balance of $47,330, which is what we started this school year with. This year, we are happy to report this number that you're seeing here is as of May 1st. And it's $43,374. And the difference in this number is that this number only accounts for actual fundraising activities. So we're super excited. We saw a bunch of growth in the direct donation and some of our other fundraisers, and I'll talk a little bit more about that in some future slides. Our expenses are scheduled to be higher for this year. Given the number of students, given some of the things that we've added to the budget in this past year, and I'll go through that. Our current balance as of 5/1 is $64,000, but that has changed. One of the checks cleared. That's about $11,000 for. Somebody help me. What's the thing we do for 7th grade? Challenge Day. Challenge Day, there we go, that's it. And so that number as of yesterday is lower. It's about $47,000. This one's a little bit hard to read, I apologize, I didn't make it big enough. But you'll see on the list that's a list of fundraisers we've done in the past. It includes Amazon Smile, that doesn't exist anymore, box tops, other things. So what you'll see there is the major initiatives that we've had this year. We have a raffle at open house. That's 1% of what we've made. Moose Lodge is the adult. We had a bulldog bash tailgate party. It was adult only. And it was an adult event at Moose Lodge, but also had a bunch of raffle baskets and things like that. So it was really fun. Maria Dahlman is, as someone mentioned earlier, she is our PTO fundraiser fundraising coordinator, and she has done an amazing job. The biggest number that I want to point out here is our direct donations. This is the first year that we see such a large increase. So far, we have $24,609 in direct donations. In the past, the fireworks booth had been our biggest fundraising event. Fireworks is getting more and more difficult for us. It's really hard to get volunteers over the summer. We have partnered with Oceana High School PTO, and so we split proceeds. So that number there is still a pretty decent number in comparison to prior years. I think when I started doing the fireworks booth, we were only making about $4,000 or $6,000. We didn't have a good location, but with the partnership with Oceana, we are in a much better place. We're at the corner of Oceana High School. So a little plug, everybody show up and buy fireworks from us. Support IBL PTO and Oceana High School. So that's where we are. We're super excited that direct donations is growing so much because, as many of you know, middle school, people are tired. They're tired of all the events. They're tired of all the fundraisers. They're tired of always being asked for money for all sorts of stuff. So we try to limit it, and I think the direct donation push was actually a great idea by Maria. And the way that she did it, I don't know if some of you saw the document, it was like, no fuss fundraiser, just give us money and we won't bug you, and we won't try to sell candy and things like that. So we're excited about that. I'm actually really excited about that. We were worried last year that our fundraising was not going to be able to keep up with the increase in the number of teachers and in the increase in number of students. We fund things like field trips and activities. Sixth grade field trip is typically Rosicrucian. Sixth grade activity, somebody mentioned you were at Greek Fest today. The seventh grade field trip, and the seventh graders are actually going to Alcatraz this year also. We have Challenge Day, the eighth grade field trip, and eighth grade science, although science is partially paid for by the school. And I think they added seventh grade this year. Right? Yeah. Sixth grade also. All of them. Yeah, all of them. This year, our teacher stipends, we dropped to $275 per teacher. We used to give $400 per teacher. But like I mentioned, we were concerned last year that we didn't fundraise enough to be able to support $400 per teacher with the new numbers for this year. So we dropped it to $275. But given the numbers, I'm hopeful that for next year we can bring it back up to $400. And then the community events that we fund, PEF, PSV, CPAC, et cetera. Oh, okay. I don't know what I'm doing. Oh. Sorry, technical challenges here. This is where we are so far in terms of expenses. We're under budget for most items currently. I know those kind of buckets don't tell you a whole lot, and I don't know where my glasses are. Activities. Activities are things like leadership funds, academic breakfast, student enrichment type things, Junior Olympics. So that's what falls under there. Services, we have things like the student planners that we provide to all students, other staff activities, career night, things like that. That's the place I think we are over budget there as of now, and I think that has to do with the fact that when we upped the numbers from last year to this year, we didn't take into account like the additional number of students for student planners and things like that. So we were a little bit off there, but even so, not a ton. So that's that. The great activities we already went through. It's all the field trips and stuff. Administrative does take into account things like Bank of America fees, insurance, but we also have in here the CPAC donation, PEF donation, Elna Flynn, operating expenses, taxes, and things like that that we have to pay. And then the teacher stipend, as is very common, many of our teachers, a lot of them don't take advantage of the funds. We sent a reminder letting them know that they do have the $275, they just have to submit for reimbursement. So we're hopeful that the teachers will take advantage of that, and we will, spend the full $9,900 on the teacher stipends. And like I said, hopefully next year we increase that. This is our current financial position as of May 1st, and like I said, that number is now a little lower with that check that came through. We do have restricted funds that we try to keep every year. Obviously, 8th grade activities is partially paid for by parents. Parents will pay for, Great America, things like that. That's why you see that number at $17,610, because most 8th grade parents have already paid for those things. Parents who can't pay, we do offer, we do pay for the students who can't afford it. But that number will be completely used up with, 8th grade activities. And the snack shack, 8th grade snack shack also will be used specifically for 8th grade. PE, obviously we have to keep that in the budget to ensure that we have the ability to order uniforms for next year. And then Kathy has her principal's account. And that might have been it for me. We have a few events coming up, a lot of 8th grade activities. Some of you mentioned Greek Fest today. That is a really fun day for our 6th graders. 7th graders are getting to go to Alcatraz, which is super exciting. And then we have all the 8th grade activities. The dinner dance, which is always a nice treat. The 8th graders don't know what the theme is, and to be frank, I don't even know. I don't think I've asked. I don't want it to get out, so we're kind of keeping it under wraps. So yeah, we're getting to the end of the year, and like I mentioned, we are trying to get back to at least a $400 stipend for teachers next year. We just have to have a kind of meeting of the minds with Kathy and some of the other board members to talk about what we want to continue to do next year, what we want to change, and what Kathy and the staff might want to do differently or want more support from the PTO on. And that's it for me, if anyone has questions.
I just had a curiosity question. You had listed as one of the items as Fog Fest, but there wasn't any on there. Did you participate in Fog Fest?
We haven't in a couple of years. I don't remember. I think we might have stopped doing it even before my time. I think it got really difficult for organizations to actually get enough money from the booths. And I don't know. I think it was an issue of the vendors were also trying to keep more of the money and give the volunteers a little less. So we haven't done it in a few years. And I'm not sure, and this is just me personally, I'm not going to say everybody on the board. The fireworks booth is a lot of work, and it's really hard to get volunteers. And so if we can't get enough volunteers, we're not going to be able to continue to do that fundraiser. Right now, like I said, we're splitting with Oceana High School, and they've been very gracious and are willing to split 50-50. But most of the time, they carry the burden of the shifts. And this year, what we've agreed is that we're going to do it based on percentages. If we only fill 30% of the volunteer kind of slots, we're only going to get 30% of the funds. So.
Do you have to be 18 to sell fireworks?
Yes.
Okay.
But we do take student volunteers to stand on the corner or a little bit far away and move signs around and point people in our direction. So
Because I know the Oceana students they need to get their community service hours.
yeah, we definitely use that for sure.
All right, I think that, any other questions? All right, that's it. Thank you very
Thank you.
much. All right, next, I'd like to invite Deborah Sherwin up for the Bond Oversight Committee Annual Report.
Hello, I'm here representing the Citizen Bond Oversight Committee. We met twice to review the bond expenditures and review the responsibilities of the committee. The details of those projects completed, in progress, and planned, they've been previously presented by the bond project manager here in these board meetings, so I won't recap in detail. The committee also reviewed the audits that have been processed through June 2025, which verified that the expenditures are within the explicit wording of the bond measures. I'll note that this committee is designed to be a cross-section of the community and not just parents, and there are vacancies that I invite everyone watching to look into if they would like to be more involved and support local governance of our tax dollars. I'll also note that we had discussion and feedback on how to build transparency around how site projects are proposed, reviewed, approved, and aligned with program priorities. While the allocation of priorities is entirely outside the scope of the committee, we identified opportunities to improve feedback loops to the board and staff to make informed decisions that will build support and trust for future bond measures. I encourage again for those interested in the community to review those meeting minutes and understand more about the process. So to summarize, Bondo has been devoted to a wide variety of facilities projects in 2024 and 25, including completion of the D-Wing addition to this building, parking lot and turf improvements at multiple sites, and the bond funds are allocated 95.9% through 2026. Completed projects consist of $47.8 million of the $55 million measure, with $921,000 headed towards the upcoming play structure replacements, with other funds driving significant work to maintain roofs, paint, signage, asphalt, and desks for classrooms. Measure G is primarily budgeted towards the workforce housing project meant to support teachers and staff, and that work is getting underway. There are projected to be $55 million in construction costs, $1.6 million in financing, and $4.6 million in other project costs. That will leave a projected $6 million of the $70 million measure for other planned projects, which are outlined in the measure's proposed master plan. In conclusion, the committee confirms the Pacifica School District is spending the Measure O and Measure G bond proceeds in accordance with the purposes set forth in Measure O and Measure G listed in the report. The committee respectfully submits this to the Board of Trustees on this meeting, May 20th, 2026.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it. All right, next is the Parcel Tax Oversight Committee Annual Report with Christopher Swidler. Swidler, sorry.
Sorry, can you hear me and see me okay?
Yes, we can.
Okay. Thank you to the board. I'm the chairperson of the Measure D and EE Parcel Tax Oversight Committee, presenting the annual report. The parcel taxes, the ballot language state that the parcel tax will have independent citizen oversight. The Board of Trustees established it to review expenditures and to report to the board. The alignment of the expenditures to the ballot language consists of 6 parents, though we have several openings right now. So I'll echo a call for people to participate. We reviewed both Measure D, which provides approximately $1.27 million in annual local funding for protecting quality education, enhancing math, science, history, and reading, writing, attracting and retaining qualified teachers, supporting well-rounded education, supporting struggling students. For Measure D, which has been going on for a long time, the different categories are pretty well established, and it was a very clear, approval. Measure E is a little bit more complicated. This is the one that passed last year. It has approximately $1.2 million in annual local funding. At this point, the district, basically none of the money has been spent because we're still figuring out exactly how we're going to spend it, which is understood. So it was approved basically for the past year without any real. So there is not actually any money that's been spent yet. So the committee respectfully submits its report to the Board of Trustees for the meeting today. I would like to add, though, that well, first that the superintendent and the board people were, everybody's very helpful in helping the Parcel Tax Oversight Committee to understand the state of, especially Measure EE. One of the things that came up, though, is like I said, we don't yet have a plan for spending the money, which again is understood because there's negotiations going on and other sorts of planning for the upcoming fiscal school year. One of the things the Parcel Tax Oversight Committee strongly recommended and asked the board to do is to present to both people on the committee as well as the general public a plan for how to spend that money when they come up with it after negotiations with unions and stuff like that happen. There's a lot of different ways that money could be spent, and there are going to be a lot of opinions on it. And I think it's really important that the district get ahead of that conversation with its plans by sharing them openly. And especially, I really want to avoid a situation where in a year after having spent the money, there's then concerns from the community about how it was spent. So I strongly encourage the district to, once we have those plans, hopefully within the next couple of months, to present them to the community in a clear and open way. That's it. Any questions? Anything else?
Questions? All right. Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
I just want to mention, sorry, can we, I'm not a question for Chris, but is it on our website that we're looking for community members? Maybe that would be a helpful place. Oh, it is. Yeah. It's on there. Oh, cool.
All right, great. Now we're with the FCMAT, Fiscal Health Risk Analysis Report. And if you guys could just reintroduce yourselves, please. I appreciate it.
You're going to have to adjust this when you come up here. Thank you for having us. My name is Marcus Warwick. I have my colleague here. Somewhere. Jennifer Noga. I know you're probably not happy to see us, but the fact that there's cake here, I'm like pretty excited about that, right? Now, I didn't partake in it because knowing me, I'd probably spill it on my suit and then I'd be staring at the stain on my suit or something like that. So, but anyways, I'll continue. So again, my name is Marcus Warwick. My colleague here is Jennifer Noga. We're from an agency called the Fiscal Crisis and Management Assistance Team. And I'll get into it and explain what we're here for, what we did, and what our agency does. But so FCMAT, as what we use as the typical acronym, was created in the early 90s when the first school district in the state of California went bankrupt. You probably recognize Richmond Unified, which is now West Contra Costa. And so the state at that time created an oversight agency to work with school districts, then later added charter schools, county office of education, as well as community colleges for fiscal oversight, operation efficiency, professional development, and various other things as well. So we are created to help with that and assist with those things. Our administrative agent is Kern County Superintendent of Schools, so we are a public entity, no different than the school district here. So what we did specifically is we conducted our FHRA, or Fiscal Health Risk Analysis. And the Fiscal Health Risk Analysis is an assessment, if you will, over 20 different areas. And these are common areas that we've seen within school districts that have gone insolvent. And so it ranges anywhere from special education to leadership to audit reports to internal controls, multi-year projections, and so on. And again, these are common themes that we've seen in districts. The actual assessment was created in a way just to kind of help give districts an idea as to how they're performing operationally. The report or the actual assessment focuses on systems and processes within the district office, so within payroll, business department, special education, ed services, and so on. So again, it's what we're looking for are their established system and processes in place. right? And so when we go into an agency and we can't identify things or we can't tell how things are occurring, whether it be in accordance to the law or board policy or internal process procedures, that's concerning, right? Because then, again, when you're developing a budget, bad information in or bad data in creates bad data out, right? And so on. So what does that look like? We can collect, or we request the district to collect several documents. Actually, it's several hundred documents. I think at the end of the day, it was about 360 documents that we've requested from the district. So thank you to district staff, as well as the County Office of Education to support that. A team of myself and Jennifer will come in and review that, and then take a look at the documents and then correlate those with the documents, with interviews as to what staff see or what staff know, and then correlate that with the best practice and so on. The assessment, again, is a lot of work. It is not taken lightly and so on. And so at the end of the day, a report will be developed such as what's here, and that will be shared with you in terms of what the actual assessment is. And so typically, like a golf course or putt-putt golf, for those that don't like to golf or anything of that, the lower the score, the better. So it's a yes, no. Anything that yes, we don't write on because we found that either evidence or policy fulfills that, hey, you are doing that said item or question, if you will. Anything that's no, meaning that we couldn't find evidence or we couldn't find information or couldn't find policies in place, that would indicate something's occurring, and then we write briefly as to what is occurring. We are writing to best practices, relevant board policy and law, and so on and so forth. So even if you are, well, we're kind of doing this, again, if the standards, best practices, that's what we're going to write to, right? So the assessment or the fiscal, the trigger, if you will, for the fiscal, so why are we here? There's triggering events. And so the triggering event, if you will, was determined when the county issued a lack of going concern. And the lack of going concern was issued on the first interim budget report, right? And so I know we're kind of late, we're getting towards the end of the year, but that's just kind of how it works, right? Your budget reports go to the county office reviews them. If there's concern, then that's kind of where we get involved. This entire engagement is zero cost aside from staff's time, is zero cost to the district. We do get an allocation. FICMA gets an allocation from the state to perform these, right? This is kind of like your early intervention model, similar to what we do with students. And so we will, my colleague Jennifer will go over kind of some of the sections as to what it looked like, some of the areas of greater concern and so on, and then we are happy to ask any questions pertaining to the report or anything of that sort.
Okay, I know he's going to come and fix it, but I don't actually stand still, so this could be pretty entertaining. So again, Marcus mentioned 20 different areas that are covered within the fiscal health risk analysis. We are not going to go over all 20 sections. This slide represents really the following areas that pose the greatest risk for your district in the scoring sense. So you'll see within the report, there's a list of them, and they each have percentages. And so we grabbed those that were 3% and above. And so these are a few of those here. So again, operational areas are presented separately. Many of them are highly interconnected, so you're going to hear kind of a theme tonight. And collectively, it's the district's overall fiscal health. The findings indicate the district's challenges aren't isolated really to one department or even a function, right? It instead reflects the broader concerns related to the fiscal systems, operational processes, oversight, as well as kind of the stability, right? The organizational stability. You've had that turnover. So again, budget development and adoption as well as budget monitoring, those two kind of go hand in hand. They are two sections, but as far as the findings, we just kind of merge them together because, again, it's the same. The reoccurring theme was the lack of consistently documenting and clearly articulating the budget assumptions and narratives. So I'm going to kind of go through these, and then I'm going to go back and kind of explain a little bit. So the limited written documentation, narratives, and supporting explanations can create operational challenges during periods of turnover. And again, that's kind of, you write the narrative up. If there's turnover, then you can go back to that narrative and find out where's the roadmap, what's the plan that the district is doing. So you have a new CBO coming in, he knows what the plan is, right? Because things are written out. And so a lack of those written explanations also provides clarity for you guys, for the board and the public on your district's financial condition. That STAX report's 130 plus pages. Those of us that work with it and have worked with it for years, we can tell you every little thing that's in that report. But without some type of a summary page that just brings all of that kind of to a head, to let you know what assumptions are there, to let you know the factors, the number of teachers, the number of enrollment, your ADA, all of those assumptions written out so you can just kind of compare it, it's not really useful. And I know you have presentations that are at your board, but again, you're going to have to go back and listen to the presentation because you can't refer to a written document that comes with your report. So again, we're looking for best practices. The best practice is to be able to go to your financial report in the agenda or in front of you and be able to put them kind of side by side and read through everything. And again, it's transparent. It's transparent for you guys, it's transparent for your staff, it's transparent to the public. And so again, those two items, that's what I would say for the public budget development or what the report found. As far as collective bargaining agreements, this concern is not about negotiations themselves. So really, it's about ensuring that the financial impacts of negotiations are truly quantified, right? And so the reports, the public disclosures that have to come to you, the documentation, and that it's incorporated, and we can see that it's incorporated into the multi-year financial projections, right? And the ongoing year-over-year obligations. And again, so when you look at the report, you'll see that the disclosures had some kind of inconsistencies and then signatures weren't on them. And so again, it's important. There's a process that has to be followed with those disclosures. The public needs to be notified and they need to be signed. And the quantifying the effects of those raises need to be accurate. And so it's just one of the concerns we found in there. So again, without that reliable cost projection, it becomes difficult for the district to evaluate your ongoing affordability, right? You're looking at your multi-year projection and can you or can you not afford that? As far as enrollment and attendance is concerned, again, critical operational area because this directly impacts your district's primary revenue, right? You're not getting any other, you're not, basic aid, right? You're relying on that state funding, which is tied to your enrollment in ADA. And with some of the turnover that's happened, there's some processes and procedures that aren't being followed as they should. And so I get everybody kind of throughout California. There's been a few districts that aren't in declining enrollment, but concerns are identified regarding the district's monitoring, oversight, and the ADA trends when it extends to those trends reflected with staffing as well as the multi-year projections. So if you're not monitoring it and you're not kind of looking at it from month to month to month, if you haven't looked at it since the beginning of school and you're still using 96% or 98% in your budget, you don't really know if you haven't looked at the first quarter or the second quarter, when P1 or P2, if that's really a good percentage. And so again, it's a process that needs to take place. These next operational areas, again, are more closely tied to kind of an organizational capacity and internal systems and oversight and really the long-term planning. So the elevated levels for the internal controls and fraud prevention, it was about 5.65%. Many of those concerns are really tied to, again, the turnover in staff, right? You have the staff that's been doing the jobs for a really, really long time that know the processes and know the procedures, and then you had kind of the change in the financial system. But even when all those things happen, the processes and procedures should be in place so that the oversight is still being done. And so when we spoke with staff and interviewed and looked at the documents, there are some insufficiencies when it comes to the areas of purchasing, payroll, human resources, accounts payable, as well as accounts receivable. Segregation of duties, right? What you should and shouldn't have access to do between purchasing and accounts payable. It's some simple little fixes that, honestly, I think the staff has probably already maybe addressed some of those things. But strong internal controls obviously are essential because it helps ensure accountability, right? Accountability, accuracy, and consistency within your financial operations. And it also kind of goes along with the fraud prevention. So the fraud prevention is, you guys have board policy, you have administrative regulations, but staff isn't aware of them. So they aren't aware of the board policy, they aren't aware of the administrative regulations as far as what actions do we take if we suspect or if we are concerned about it. And honestly, the fraud prevention really protects the staff that's doing the work, right? So that nobody can kind of come at them and accuse them. And so that's really the internal control piece of it, and tighten up those processes and procedures. And I know you're a small district, and a lot of people will claim because we're a small district, the segregations of duties, it's really hard to do. It's not. And if you guys are having a hard time with coming up with how we properly can segregate some of the functions within accounts payable or accounts receivable because you're concerned about the staff, please feel free to reach out because we can help you with that. We also have an internal controlled work toolkit on our website that help you answer questions and make sure that all of those segregations are done. And so we have samples for small districts. And it's even if you're reaching for somebody in HR to assist with something in accounts payable, all of those things, you're large enough, you have staff to cover all of that. So position control really is important because it's salaries and benefits. That is approximately 85% of your district's unrestricted general fund. So if there's a problem with position control, 85% would, a mistake, you have 15% to make up for that, right? So concerns were identified regarding the lack of consistent reconciliation. So you have payroll paying, you have budgeting, and then you have position control. And at no point in time is anybody looking to see if they match, if they're consistent. What we're budgeting is actually what we're paying out. And so we know things can happen in a district, personnel requisitions, people can leave jobs, people can transfer to a different site, and all of that comes with, right, changes in their salaries and their duties. And so there should be some type of reconciliation going on. So again, these concerns were identified also by the county office when they were reviewing the financial report, and they noticed that there was some staffing that was omitted. And so again, it's in looking at your actuals to date and looking at what's projected for the year, they could see that there was some expenditures that were not aligned with the actuals. So again, because staffing costs represents the district's largest expenditure category, weaknesses in the position control significantly affect the budget monitoring and your staffing decisions and the reliability of the multi-year projection, right? If any of that is off and then you're building your multi-year projection, if those expenditures are admitted in that base year, they're going to be admitted in the next 2 subsequent years, right? So the last one for multi-year projections, again, this is one of the district's primary planning tools. This is your decision-making tool. You refer to that 3-year plan when you're negotiating, when you're making facilities decisions, when you're making roofing decisions, any type of decisions, you're referring to that multi-year. And so the accuracy of that plan is important. And so when you hear the themes kind of coming through with expenditures not being in there, projections being off a little bit, you guys are making decisions based on something that might not actually be as reliable as it should be. And so, again, concerns, again, I already said it, where it's built off of the current year. So it's your current year budget, and the accuracy and completeness of that base year are critical. So if anything's omitted, or if anything's missing, or if the attendance is off a little bit, it just impacts the 2 out years. So many of the operational areas discussed kind of already in these 2 slides ultimately affect the district's ability to develop that multi-year projection. And so, as stated earlier, right, it's the district's primary planning tool. And so it's something you kind of have at your hand side when you're making decisions. So I think in closing, ultimately the FHRA focuses on processes and procedures. It's just a reminder of that the district's essential functions, right, are processes, again, at the time of when we were in here. I'm sure a few things have changed. I'm sure there's been some changes since we were here back in April. But throughout the review, the significant turnover in executive level as well as administrative positions really affected the implementation of consistent fiscal processes and day-to-day operational functions. And so, again, as you're kind of filling those positions, if people are in there longer, it might rate the score up. But as far as our review, all we would recommend is that the district kind of continue moving forward, continue collaborating with the San Mateo County Office of County Superintendent of Schools, and really implement that comprehensive fiscal stability plan. And it's really the critical piece to helping your fiscal solvency. So I know I kind of went through a lot of that fast. Sorry. Any questions?
I have. Well, my only comment, which I told you guys then when we first met, is if the county was paying us at community funding level, so $15,000 per child more in our district, I know we've got some structural things we've got to get in order, absolutely. We've got a lot of turnover, I get that. But that's a lot of money that our school and only 3 other schools in our county aren't getting. So again, I want to just put out again, as I've said in my last 4 meetings, $15,000 per child, so times 2,500. That's a lot of money. That's millions of dollars that our district is not getting. And it makes it incredibly difficult to stay on top of all this stuff. So I just want to say that.
I feel like you've probably worked with other districts that are low funded. I'm wondering if you have any, have you seen any districts that have innovative strategies or partnerships that might be helpful for our district to adopt?
So the tool is going off of those 20 areas in terms of, and there's really no recommendations in there in terms of how to, like revenue enhancements and so on. I will say from our experience in FICMAT though, operationally, when the business department is highly effective and efficient, that tends to easily bleed out into other areas, because then really you focus on our ultimate goal, which is to educate children, right? And so then, time and effort is spent on those types of items versus trying to fix the fiscal house, if you will. And so, we always recommend and try to be as efficient as possible and so on. We're glad that you're hiring and bringing forward candidates tonight. That's always a step in the right direction. But I would first work on the things that turn those no's to a yes, if you will, because other things can come along quite quickly. ultimately you as the board have the fiduciary responsibility, right? My prior superintendent would always say, hey, we can do anything, we just can't do everything, right?
Thank you. Thanks for doing the report. It's very thorough. Appreciate it. It's really helpful too, just to put things in perspective and see where we need to work on some stuff.
Any other questions or comments? Thank you, guys.
Thank you. Have a good evening.
Don't say that or it'll be all over the car.
All right, great, thank you. Our next item is a Wellness Committee update with Martha Ladd.
Good evening, trustees, Superintendent Bowman. I'm here tonight to give a wellness policy update as we are required to do every year. Here is background. School districts that participate in the National School Lunch and School Breakfast programs are required to establish a local school wellness policy. The wellness policy is the tool to promote student wellness. The committee will set goals for nutrition promotion and education, as well as physical activities and other school-based activities, policies for food and beverage marketing, and nutrition guidelines, requirements around the development of this plan, as well as procedures for measuring the effectiveness of the plan. These were the members of the Wellness Committee this past year. Shannon Lane is the Program Coordinator, Student Services. Lori Miller, our Child Nutrition Program Manager. Julie Gallagher, our Nutrition Cook. Veda Courtney, our School Counselor. And Christy Eifert, a Physical Education Teacher. The focus was on triennial assessment with general wording updates. So the focus for our wellness policy and making changes to it focused on the triennial assessment. The goal from the last plan was to reach more of the public, sent out via district and newsletters. And the goal for this wellness committee, now that it's together, is to plan 2 meetings next year with the committee and discuss updates to the plan. The next steps would be to schedule the meetings and to develop methods to develop assessments, updates, and ways to communicate the wellness policy, what the wellness policy is, and what we do. And I'm also very adamant that we connect it to the other plans that we're putting together. So our LCAP plan, our MTSS, the PBIS work that we're doing, everything in terms of MTS should all connect together. And so our wellness policy is not going to just sit out there on its own. Our schools are doing really a lot of great work. We want to be asset-based and see what are we already doing that we can connect to this wellness policy in a real way. And then determine ways to increase public knowledge of and involvement in the development of this wellness policy. So that is the information report, which now means we are in compliance with our wellness policy. Are there any questions?
I just want to say that I really like the idea of this being incorporated into our LCAP and other things that we're already working on. I think it seems like really helpful for our larger school community to look at and benefit from that, the connections, the belonging, and the inclusivity. Mm-hmm. So thank you for that.
Thank you.
All right, thank you, Martha.
All right, thank you.
Yeah, so no, yeah. Okay, now we're on to action items. Item C, 12C. This is the approval of the 2024-2025 Measure G bond audit with Paul Pham, Siobhan and Associates.
They're virtual.
Okay.
Hi, can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can hear you. Thank you very much.
Okay, great. Thank you. I appreciate you inviting me out to share with you the results of the Measure M and Measure G bond audit reports for June 30th, 2025. So we did this audit in conjunction with the district's general audit last year, where we followed generally accepted auditing standards as well as governmental auditing standards. And particularly for the Proposition 39 bond measure, the Education Audit Appeals Panel, which is a part of the State Controller's Office, they put out a compliance supplement, which we also utilized in our audit. So I'll go over some of the key financial highlights for the year for both measures, and then I'll get right into the audit results. So if I could reference you to page 5 of the Measure O report, and what you'll see there is it had just over $6.8 million, most of which came from capital outlay, which you would expect coming from a construction bond program. In the fiscal year ending June 30th, 2025, Measure O also issued $12 million in new bonds, bringing it to an ending fund balance of just under $17 million. For Measure G, which is your new bond measure, it didn't have quite as many expenditures, just over $365,000, and most of that is coming from the bond issuance costs as well as professional services, just some pre-construction work that's being done. So not too much in capital outlay for the fiscal year, but we expect much more coming from that program. To start it out, the district issued $10 million in bonds for the year, and leaving you guys with an ending fund balance of just under $10 million as of June 30th, 2025. If there aren't any questions on the key financial highlights, I'll get right into the audit results. Okay. So when it comes to financial statements, we issued an unmodified opinion, which is a good thing, and it means that the financial statements were fairly presented in all material respects. And then when it comes to the internal controls of financial reporting and on compliance, the audit did not identify any deficiencies in internal controls or financial reporting that we considered to be material weaknesses or control deficiencies. And our test disclosed no instances of non-compliance or other matters that are required to be reported under government auditing standards. For our performance and compliance part of the audit, we did not identify any exceptions to the procedures performed, nor any exceptions to other tests that we conducted related to the Measure O and Measure G bonds. The district complied in all material respects with the compliance requirements of Measure O and Measure G bonds. So that's the end of my presentation. If you have any questions, I'll go ahead and take those.
Okay, are there any questions? All right, so that was Measure G and Measure O, right?
That's correct, yeah.
Okay, great.
Same audit result.
Thank you. So do I have a motion to accept Measure G bond audit? Okay, do I have a second? Okay, we can vote.
Trustee Burdall? Yes. Trustee Burkini?
Yes.
Trustee Doggett? Trustee Hart? Trustee Villalobos?
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
All right, next, do I have a motion to accept Measure O bond audit? Okay.
Trustee Burdall? Yes. Trustee Burkini?
Yes.
Trustee Doggett? Yes. Trustee Hart? Yes. Trustee Villalobos?
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
All right, great, thank you.
Thank you. Have a good evening.
Good night. All right, next is the approval to hire an assistant superintendent of business, Carissa Bowman.
It's actually going to be Catherine Pierzynski, our Director of Educational Support Services.
All right, great.
We did a switch up on you.
No worries.
All right, good evening, trustees and Superintendent Dr. Bowman. This is item 12E, approval to hire an assistant superintendent of business. I'll start by reading the employment agreement for assistant superintendent of business services.
Material terms, salary, and fringe benefits.
Yes, starting with salary. For the 2026-27 school year, the assistant superintendent shall be placed on step G10 of the certificated management schedule attached thereto and incorporated therein by reference, effective July 20th, 2026, Step G10 of the Assistant Superintendent of Business Services and Facilities Chief Business Official Salary Schedule is $213,082. In addition, the Assistant Superintendent shall receive $1,000 per year as compensation for an earned master's degree and $2,000 a year as compensation for an earned doctoral degree, providing official transcripts. Step increases. Commencing with the 2027-28 school year, the Assistant Superintendent shall receive an annual step increase effective on July 1, subject to the Assistant Superintendent's receipt of a satisfactory evaluation by the Superintendent. The step increase is subject to ratification by the Board. Salary changes. During the term of this agreement, the Board finds that the management's compensation is indefinite and, as a result of the Board, reserves the right to increase from time to time the salary payable to the Assistant Superintendent to be effective prospectively and/or retroactively on any date ordered by the Board in accordance with Educational Code Section 35032. A change in salary shall not constitute the creation of a new contract nor extend the termination date of this agreement. Fringe benefits?
Okay, she's supposed to read the fringe.
Sorry, we switched up. I just want to make sure she had the whole
Yeah,
paper.
yeah, fringe.
Yeah.
I thought I messed up. Apologies.
Health and welfare insurance. Assistant Superintendent shall be entitled to the same health, dental, and vision insurance coverage, health benefits, provided to other district certificated administrators. Health benefits shall be provided to the Assistant Superintendent in the same manner and subject to the same limitations, for example, co-pays, deductibles, and similar requirements as other certificated administrators, as those benefits may change from time to time. Life insurance. District shall provide Assistant Superintendent paid life insurance coverage of $150,000 through its group plan during the term of this agreement. The Assistant Superintendent shall qualify for life insurance provided through the district's health and welfare insurance carrier to the same extent that it provides coverage to other management employees. Vacation. Employee has a 261-day work year consisting of 220 base service days, 16 holidays, and 25 vacation days. Any earned but unused vacation days shall be paid to employee upon conclusion or termination of the agreement.
You can recap. I mean, just say 25-day vacation. You can just shorten it if you don't want to read the whole thing, just like the date.
Okay. Cell phone. The district will provide the Assistant Superintendent with a cell phone. Mileage allowance. Assistant Superintendent shall have suitable automobile for their transportation in the performance of their duties on school business within the County of San Mateo. The district shall pay the Assistant Superintendent mileage allowance of $150 per month. Professional dues. The district agrees to pay the Assistant Superintendent's dues for the Association of California School Administrators for the 2026-27 school year. Background? Okay. Chuck Needhofer has been selected as the new Assistant Superintendent of Business. Mr. Needhofer brings extensive experience in educational leadership and school business operations with a strong track record of aligning fiscal stewardship with student-centered outcomes. He currently serves as Chief Business Official at Gravenstein Union School District, where he has successfully led budget development, long-term financial planning, and major facilities projects while maintaining a focus on transparency and stakeholder engagement. His leadership has resulted in significant cost savings, improved operational efficiency, and enhanced programs, including expanded student nutrition services. Mr. Needhofer holds a master's degree in educational administration, a chief business officer certificate through CASBO, and both administrative and teaching credentials. His collaborative approach, strategic mindset, and commitment to supporting students, staff, and families make him an excellent addition to the district's leadership team. Recommendation. It is the recommendation that the Board of Trustees approve the Pacifica School District to hire Chuck Niedhofer as the Assistant Superintendent of Business for the 2026-27 school year.
All right, great. Do I have a motion to approve the hiring of Chuck Niedhofer as the Assistant Superintendent of Business for the 2026?
Sorry, I have a question.
Oh,
I'm so sorry.
okay, please ask your question and then we'll come back.
Okay, thanks. I don't really have a question. I just wanted to make a comment. I just want to mention that I asked earlier if the superintendent was recommended by the county office, and I just want to mention that the county office is recommending an additional CBO. Sorry.
You can.
Oh, it's not. Okay.
No. That's close.
Oh, I didn't realize that. Sorry, never mind. Sorry, my bad. I didn't realize that.
Sorry, just to clarify, there's some next steps with our fiscal programming, but that will be separate outside of the recommendation for the CBO, and we're going to get back to Chuck because we need him approved and here right away. So we're going to go back to that.
I'm so sorry. Yes. Okay.
No problem. Thank
Sorry
you. I
about that.
appreciate the question.
All right. Okay, then do we have a motion to approve the hiring of Chuck Niedhofer as the Assistant Superintendent of Business for the 2026-27 school year? Do I have a second? Okay.
Trustee Burdall? Trustee Burkini?
Yes.
Trustee Doggett? Trustee Hart? Yes. Trustee Villalobos?
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
Would you like to say anything?
We're glad that you're here.
Thank you, Board, for the approval, and I also want to thank Ms. Romo for shepherding me through this whole process, and to everyone who was involved in the many interviews that I was a part of. Thank you for all the time that took. It's an honor to be offered this position of trust and responsibility, and just want to let folks listening, especially teachers and folks working at our sites, that I have taught elementary school and did my student teaching in middle school. I only lasted one semester there before I escaped to the safety of a high school classroom. But then spent 12 years as a site principal at elementary schools at 3 different schools, working really hard to create great conditions for teaching and learning. And that's my commitment to you here. And I wanted to share that I've listened to the last several board meetings with interest and with intensity, and I've heard many of the concerns, and I look forward to working with the team here to address the many challenges before us. I'm looking forward to meeting the principals, cabinet, folks on sites, and especially supporting the supporters, all the classified folks that work here that are so important to everything that we do every day, the folks in the food service and the bus drivers and custodial. And education is arguably the most important thing that we do in a society, and I'm ready to apply my energy and my expertise to that important work here in this community of Pacifica. Thank you very much.
Great, thank you very much. All right, next is the approval to hire a supervisor of maintenance, operation, and bond construction.
I believe they're here.
Okay, great.
Yeah. Right. Item 12E, approval to hire Assistant Superintendent of Business.
Nope.
So, 12F, approval to hire a Supervisor of Maintenance, Operation, and Bond Construction. Thank you. We'll just jump into the background. We are pleased to recommend Jose Quintana for the position of Supervisor of Maintenance, Operations, and Bond Construction, as he brings a wealth of experience in strategic school leadership and infrastructure management. Most recently, Jose served as the Assistant Superintendent of Business Services for Newark Unified School District, where he managed an $88 million budget and oversaw all district fiscal activities and safety assessments. His technical expertise is supported by a California General Contractor license and CBO certifications from both CASVO, and USC Rossier School of Business. Having successfully directed massive bond construction programs for multiple school districts and served as the Facilities and Construction Co-Chair for the Coalition for Adequate School Housing, Jose offers a sophisticated understanding of how to maintain high-performance educational environments while ensuring fiscal accountability. It is recommended that the Board of Trustees approve the Pacifica School District to hire Jose Quintana as the Supervisor of Maintenance, Operations, and Bond Construction for the 2026-2027 school year.
All right. Any questions? Okay. Do I have a motion to approve the hiring of Jose Quintana as Supervisor of Maintenance, Operation, and Bond Construction for 2026-2027 school year? Do I have a second? Okay, Barbara?
Trustee Burdall?
Yes.
Trustee Burkini?
Yes.
Trustee Doggett?
Yes.
Trustee Hart? Yes. Trustee Villalobos?
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
Thank you. Would you like to talk to us for a second?
Welcome, we're very glad you're here. I'm super glad that we're both here.
Well, I'm truly thankful to the Board of Pacifica School District here for your vote of confidence and your support here for this new role as your supervisor for maintenance operations and bond construction. I look forward to working alongside your executive cabinet and your staff members and community. Once again, thankful for the opportunity to begin this role and start serving our district. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. All right. Are we getting dusty?
Yeah.
Okay, so approval of the 2025-2026 third interim report with Dusty Navant.
Okay, are you guys ready for me? Because I had to join and I lost the audio for a moment.
Yes, we're ready.
Oh, good.
Dusty.
Okay. And is somebody going to do my presentation for me?
Joey? Yes.
Yes.
Okay, awesome. All right. Just want to make sure. Perfect. So, good evening, member board, superintendent, cabinet, and everybody in the audience, whoever's left. It's my pleasure to present the 2025 third interim. This is a little different than what we've done before. It has just a slightly different objective, some of the same data, but you'll notice that we're not going to do a certification. We just need to approve it. So I'm going to jump right in. So the objective of the third, I'm going to cover the objective of the third interim. I've got some good news to share from the May revise. The governor talked with us last Thursday, and so I've got some good news to share. I'll present our 25-26, and then I've got some comparisons as we've navigated through first interim to second interim to third interim, and then our multi-year projections, which is one of those requirements, and then we'll talk about next steps. So next slide. Thank you. Okay, so the reason we're doing a third interim, which is new for you guys, is because at second interim, we did do a qualified certification with which the county agreed on. A qualified certification means that we may or may not meet all of our obligations for the current year, the next year, or the next year. It gives us our actual revenues and expenditures through a new magic date of April 30th instead of our January 31st, which was second interim, and still continues to project out all of our expenditures and revenues through that end of the school year, which is June 30th. And then we also continue to provide the multi-year projections, which is next school year and 27, so 26, 27, 27, 28. All right, next slide. So I just wanted to remind you, because I'm talking certification, but then I'm not going to have you certify it, that these are the three options. A positive certification says we're all good for 3 years. Qualified says may or may not. Negative says we're pretty sure we're in really big trouble. And so because we did qualified, that middle one at second interim, we are here now doing third interim. Next slide. Great. Okay, so Yay, I get to give you some good news. And this is so very exciting. So I wanted to give you some real specifics. So you're going to hear things like, well, the COLA went up to 2.87. Okay, well, what does that mean for Pacifica, right? The COLA went from this to this. And so our cost of living adjustment, COLA, the last time that you saw these numbers, we were projecting an additional 2.41 on our LCFF for our student attendance. That now has gone up to 287. For us, that means an additional about $134,000. So it's not a lot, but it's better than where we were. For the 27-28, that second year that we were doing, we were projecting it to be just a little over 3%. Now it's projected to be 3.3. Caution, that number will change probably again a couple of times as we bring different information to you. And then we were projecting when we were doing all of our numbers that 28-29 would be 3.4, and now it's gone down to 3.9. So it gets adjusted each and every time. There is an additional augmentation to our student attendance of an additional 1.44%. And so we have COLA, which is applied to student attendance. It's also applied to some of our state grants. And then the governor is proposing at this point, still to be approved by the legislature, an additional 1.44 augmentation to student attendance only. And that's an important distinction because we're not going to get this extra 1.44 on our special education, on our mental health grant, on our Prop 28 music grant. We're only going to get it on our student attendance. I am right now estimating that to be somewhere right over $400,000. The good news is that if that gets approved, that improves the base moving forward on our student attendance. So we can expect, hopefully, if that gets approved, but I did include it because that is the May revise. With those dollars, however, that $400,000, there is a new requirement, a new mandate that districts have to provide a 14-week paid pregnancy disability program. So that's about all we know is he wants this program. He's funding it by this augmentation to student attendance. And so that's as much as I know right now. There's no other details until we get a little bit more down the road. We'll be putting it in the adopted budget because if I'm going to put the revenue in, I need to do that expense as well. Next slide. Okay, we also have, and you're going to see when I show you all of the revenues that it's going to jump and then it's going to jump right back down. So we have two new grants. They were included in second interim because we were anticipating this. One is the Learning Recovery Block Grant. And so the Learning Recovery Block Grant, LRBG, is money we got a little bit this year, $68,000. The projection is we should receive double that next year. And these dollars is what the state cut way back in 2022-23 when they gave us the initial money. Just at the end of the year, they went back and said, just kidding, we don't have enough money to fund this. We're going to give you 80%. We're cutting 20%. They're now starting to give this back. The important distinction is this is one-time money, right? And so we want to be very careful about, we strategically decide how to spend these dollars. As cabinet works through that process, they'll want to make sure that we don't assign it to ongoing costs, but we use it for those one-time things. And then it'll be developed as part of your LCAP plan as well. We also have another grant, which is the Student Support and Professional Development Discretionary Block Grant. That's a big mouthful. And right now that is estimated to be about $900. You're going to hear 900, you're going to hear 936, somewhere right around in there, based on our ADA or our average daily attendance. Again, it's based on that student attendance. So this year, 25-26, we got a little over $700,000. And then next year, based on the $900 per EDA, I'm estimating that to be somewhere around the 2.1 million. Those are restricted dollars, meaning they're going to come in and they're going to be on this side of the checkbook to be used for, there's 4 or 5 different categories. One of them is very discretionary, so we have some options. We do have a plan to spend some of it with a textbook adoption that is coming up, I believe it's for social studies. Special education support, because we have those increased costs. And then a strong recommendation, and I'm sure FICMAT talked about this, is to possibly move that into our Fund 17 so we can secure our 3%. So whatever that looks like, those dollars right now are included in that 26-27. Again, one-time money. You'll see that they go away in 27, 28, 28, 29. Next slide. Okay, so again, I just wanted to give you how the COLAs change. So the COLA is based on a gross national product. It's assigned for the state. Once it is set, then that is the COLA for the year that we're at. But each year we will get a projection for the next couple of years. And so you can see across here how it's changed, right? It started at 3% in 26, 27. Now we're at 241, then it went back to 287. You can see for the following year, we were at 3.4, we went down to 306, now we're at 3.3. And so we'll continue to bring you as these fluctuations happen, but those COLAs do change. The projections for the COLAs do change sort of on a quarterly or each budget presentation. We'll get some new numbers that are put in there. And typically those are on student attendance and then again, some of our state grants. Next slide. I wanted to give you the new ADA numbers and enrollment. So student attendance is average daily attendance. I like to use the word student attendance because it's all based on our kids coming to school, but we get paid on average daily attendance, which is really our student attendance. These are our third interim numbers. So the 24-25, it's the same that you have been seeing. 25-26, we would not have had these numbers at second interim because our second period attendance was filed mid-April. So they went up just a little bit. So that was good news. And then now based on what the enrollment is, that we've been working with student services and ed services and human resources on what our projections are. So we're looking at enrollments closer to, let me get to a number I can see better. So right now we're at 2531. We're projecting actually to go up just a teeny tiny bit next year, mostly because of TK, right? We've got some projections coming in for those additional TK. And then we will drop again, but our drop is way less than what we had been projecting, right? We were looking at 150, 80, and so the projections are looking up. And that is a simple assumption that our TK kids stay to kindergarten, stay to first grade, stay to second grade. And so that normal cohort transition to the next grade level. And then ADA, you guys do really well. Kids come to school about 94% of the time, meaning they're out of school about 5.5% of the time through that end of March, mid-April time period. So I'm projecting at 94, which is really, really good. A lot of my districts are, they're lucky if they're at 90, 91. So your kids do come to school, and that's we see that in this kind of ADA. The good thing also about when kids come to school, not only the fact that they learn, we do get that extra money, and then that ADA is what's based on some of these one-time grants, right? So when our kids come to school, we benefit in lots of different places. So this shows you for third interim what I am projecting. That 27-28 estimate is what you're going to see when we bring you adopted budget, and then we'll have one more year projected in with that. Okay, next slide. Okay, so this is a revenue comparison. And so I added a couple of years on here because sometimes I give you 1 year and then I give you the multi-year, and then you're like, well, how does that compare to where we were looking at? And so I wanted to show you kind of across the board for our LCFF revenue. So that is our student attendance revenue. At first interim, we were at 32.3. Then we went to 32.4. We still have that for this year. Next year, because of the COLA and a little bit of decline in ADA, but not much, we'll be at 32.9. And then remember the COLA on the following year goes up again. And with that augmentation, we jump to a little over 33 million based on that student attendance. Then our federal revenue, that stays pretty consistent. It may go down a little bit because our ADA is going down, but that's our Title I, Title II, Title III dollars. Some special education federal dollars are in that category, and that stays fairly consistent for us. You'll see that other state revenue, that's where those 2 new grants are. And so we've got third interim that included the first 2 pieces. We jump in 26-27 because I included the new learning recovery and the new student support, and then both of those go away. So that whole $2 million, 2.2, 2.3 is not included in 27-28 because it's one-time money. So one-time revenue, we get it in, and then I have to pull it right back out. So that's why you see that there. In other local revenue, the shift third interim to the projection, some of that has to do with the property tax or the parcel tax, and then also some additional interest and rent income that we got in this year. But you'll notice that in 27-28 we drop, and that is because we right now have that one parcel tax that is expiring at the end of 26-27, and until that renewal comes through, I can't include it in 27-28. So you'll see that drop on there. And so that's how we go from the 42, and then down to 39 million. Next slide. So as I'm giving you all these, I want you to hopefully have a better idea of what I've built into these numbers. And so LCFF, enrollment, student attendance, we've talked about that, right? Those cost of living numbers, the 287, the 3.3, the 309, all of those are built into that. That augmentation of the additionals built into 26-27. So these are the data and criteria that I use, the assumptions I use. As those change, the numbers will change. And so we've got the 2 new block grants. And then in 25-26, we did do a one-time transfer using up the retiree benefit fund so that we could use that for the purpose that you intended it. And then again, as I mentioned, that parcel tax, the Measure D parcel tax right now is not included in 27-28 until we do have that renewal secured. Next slide. Okay, now as we look at expenditures, same format, but now we have many more categories for expenses, right? So certificated salaries are where we categorize all of the individuals that have credentials. So our teachers, our psychologists, our counselors, our administrators, if they have a required credential, they're in that first certificated salary category. And so we had some planned reductions, right? Staffing to to our contract, enrollment, all of those. And so that's why you see some of those things going down. Classified salaries are those individuals that don't have a credential. And so there are support staff, there are classified administrators, the 2 that you hired tonight. Thank you for approving those. I'm very excited. And so that's that category there. And then you do see that those drop just a little bit because, again, that's where in both of those categories is where that parcel tax, there's several positions that are in parcel tax related to both of those categories. Employee benefits, those are the charges that the employer pays on behalf of employees, retirement, unemployment, workers' comp, health and welfare, all of those things are in that category. Books and supplies, our services and supplies, other outgo. So at first interim, we were at almost 42 million. Second interim revised that to over 43. Not too, a little bit went up at third interim, not too bad. But remember, we did have some projected reductions in anticipation of adopted budget. The reductions that came to the board, the reductions that we anticipated in hopefully some reductions to legal costs and settlements and those kind of things. And so there are some projections that are built into what those are. Next slide. And so there are ups and there's downs as we work through our projections. And so automatically, individuals that have been here 1 year longer will either go across on the salary schedule for classified or go down on the salary schedule for certificated. So those increased costs, right about 1.5% is built into the budget for next year and the following year. We will anticipate health and welfare costs. They go up each year. I've projected about 8% in that. Your board approved reductions that you brought to that. We're using those one-time grants in 25-26. And then we put in, again, that textbook adoption in with the new student support numbers. There was some planned reductions of software subscriptions, legal fees. We have some students aging out both from non-public schools and also in our county program. And those have effects on each of those years that we have built into that. Next slide. Okay, so I changed this presentation because FCMAT made some recommendations to make sure that I explained it a little bit more, which is why it's a little bit longer. And so I wanted to just give you some additional factors that I always built into all of these things. Declining enrollment, declining ADA affects our LCFF revenue. Some federal and state dollars is based on ADA. So as we go down, if our enrollment goes down, if our counts go down, that might go. And so those will be things that just keep changing, right? As we know new information, those keep changing. We've got those one-time monies coming in. We've got some coming out. And so all of those things do in there. We have to recognize that you have increasing needs for your students that have disabilities. And it's a statewide, it's not Pacifica, but that's just something we have to build into everything like that. You've got natural inflations. Think about your own electric bills that have gone up, your own insurance bills that have gone up, all of those kind of things. We have to anticipate those as well as we do our projections out. Those retirement rates, we already talked about that. That classified employee is at 26. It's projected to go up almost to 30% in a couple of years. And I've been around long enough, it used to be 13%. And so it's just, it's really affected the district. You know, we always have to, you guys seem to have those things that happen in Pacifica because you're right there on the water, you know, the tsunami and some of those other things. And so there are always those unplanned costs that as we bring back those different things that will end up happening. So we try to anticipate as much of those. Next year, I need to build in the election costs. And that happens every 2 years, right? So that'll go in, it'll come back out, it'll go back in. And so those kind of things are all of the things that we think about as we're building next year's budget and the multi-years we walk through that. Next slide. Okay, so then this is a summary of the multi-year, what I showed you on the other screens. But one of the recommendations of FCMAT was to break it into unrestricted and restricted. So within our general fund, and you can consider a fund sort of like a checking account. Each fund is a different checking account. Within our general fund checking account, we have two sides of when we do our accounting. We either have our unrestricted dollars, which comes from student attendance, our interest revenue, those kind of our rental income, all of those kind of things that come in. And then we have restricted, and all of those grants are for an intended purpose. So unrestricted, we have a little bit more flexibility. And so what I did here was I'm bringing you the unrestricted side. I started at beginning balance. This is what carried over from last year. So just slightly under $1 million. We have our projected revenues that you saw on the other screen, 33.2, 32.4, 32. That's all of the revenues for unrestricted, okay? And then we do have a requirement to contribute to a couple of our restricted programs. One of them is maintenance of our facilities, and the other one is special education. I will also tell you that I'm still anticipating some new revenue for special education that is not yet in this in these projections. So that'll be one more good news that I couldn't quantify it in time to include it in the third interim. So we've got our projected expenditures. We've been trying to reduce that structural deficit, so that deficit spending, or still deficit spending this year, projected still next year, but by the third year, we're showing a positive. These numbers will change, right? I've got, when we do adopt a budget, where that's probably going to go up just a little bit to make sure. But we're working on that deficit spending. It's good to note the revenue is in here, but there are no salary settlements in any of these numbers yet because those we're still in negotiations with our labor partners. So good distinction to make. So we have a projected fund balance. You do have a good chunk of your required 3% reserve sitting in Fund 17. And so I add those two together. And so right now I'm projecting on the unrestricted side, you're about 3.66 next year because that deficit spending is still, we're still working on that, brings us down to about 3.3. But then right now, if everything holds, 27, 28 at this point in time should be increasing up to that point where you're hoping to get back to that 6%. And that does include the money that we have in Fund 17. Okay, next slide. So then same information, restricted. So what is in restricted is the beginning balance is carryovers assigned to all of the different grants. And so in 25-26, we had educator effectiveness block grant carryover. We had arts and music discretionary carryover. We had some Prop 28 music, arts and music in schools carryover. We had carryover in some of your little local grants that are happening. And so that's what came over for those restricted programs that have to be spent for all of those, each individual grants for their intended purposes. So beginning balance just shy of $1 million on this side. Oops. So yeah. And so beginning balance 3.9. We've got revenue of just shy of $10 million. Again, remember that contribution. So the negative side in unrestricted comes into restricted, required to do that on those two programs. We have our expenses. We're still deficit spending, but not as much. And so this builds just a little bit. The ELOP program is also in here, the after school. And so those balances. What we don't have projected to spend at this point in time in the two new grants is sitting over here on this side. And so that's why you see revenues go up, revenues go down, beginning balance goes up. It's going to be maintained. The new parcel tax is in here as well. That has not yet been spent, but the other parcel tax goes away. So all of those are built into all of these. Next slide. And then this screen just pulls both those together. So it gives you the restricted ending fund balance, where we're at in unrestricted, where we're spending globally, but splitting unrestricted and restricted for you, so you have an idea of what it is that what we're looking at. Next slide. Okay, so as I mentioned, with a third interim, you're technically not required to certify. If we had to, we would actually be positive at this point in time. We wouldn't have to do that qualified. But the recommendation and the requirement of the board is to approve the third interim. But it does not require a certification. There won't be any signature pages that we have to do. You will just actually approve it at this point in time. And then I have one more slide just to kind of give you an idea of what you're going to be seeing. So we have the board approval. Again, important to remember, there are no salary negotiations yet in any of these numbers. And so since we have not yet settled with our labor partners, we're still anticipating that. I have not put in the cost of the election for next year. I haven't put in the revenue for special education. So that 26, 27 number will look different when we bring you adopted budget, which I'll submit third interim. I'm working on estimated actuals. It's pretty much going to be third interim. So I'm almost done with that piece. We're developing the adopted budget right now. That will include one more year of multi-year projections. And we've got a stability plan that we need to bring to the board as well. We will have a public hearing on June 10th for the LCAP and the adopted budget, and then board approval of the LCAP and the adopted budget on June 24th. That's my presentation. Yep, that's it. Any questions?
I do have a question. Sorry. Thanks, Dusty. I just want to clarify that on June 10th, we will see the election costs and negotiations factored into these numbers, right? No, we won't.
You will see the election costs budgeted. If negotiations has been settled, I will include it. If it hasn't been settled, then it'll be the direction of the superintendent if she wants me to include it or not.
Okay, thank you.
Dusty, just to clarify, that's the adopted budget, correct?
The adopted budget on June 10th, right? So
Right,
you'll
just to
see
clarify, it won't be
adopted
added
budget.
to the adopted, thank you. Okay, sorry, I just wanted to clarify. Sorry, Dusty, please continue.
That's okay. And at adopted budget, you're going to see 25, 26 again, estimated actuals will be very similar to what's third interim right now, unless we have settlement with our labor partners. And then it will be 26, 27, and 27, 28.
Thanks.
Any other questions? Laverne, any questions?
I'm trying to figure it out. Maybe I'll just put it out there to Dusty. Dusty, I'm not finding the line item for the building maintenance. What we have in there right now. I know you just said it, and now I can't find it. So I was just wondering if you know what that is.
Or are you talking about the bond? Or
No,
are you
not the
talking about
bond.
the maintenance account?
Just the maintenance account. What
Okay.
page is that on?
So slide 15
Okay, there.
has the contributions to restricted, but that's actually two programs.
Okay.
That is both maintenance and it is also special education. Maintenance is right around the same as our required 3%. So it's about $3 million that we move over there. And so there's that. And then special education, the way that the state requires us to account for total costs of special education, it requires us to take some of the student attendance money that we earn, because that's part of their component, and put it over on the restricted side, because we are supposed to allocate the amount of the cost of what special education is on the restricted side of our checkbook.
Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Yeah, I think I'll save the other one for later. Thank you.
Okay.
All right. Do I have a motion to approve the 2025-2026 third interim report? Do I have a second?
Trustee Burdall? Trustee Burkini?
Yes.
Trustee Doggett? Trustee Hart? Trustee Villalobos?
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
All right. Now we're on to the iCloud-based phone system with Cyrus. We got Joe too, or just Cyrus?
Just me.
All righty.
If I need
Great.
help, I will call Joe.
Okay.
Thank you. I hope no one is tired. I usually, I try to keep it, go fast. But before I start, I want to just congratulate Chag and Jose and welcome, to PSD. Looking forward working with you guys. So, phone system, I want to start by showing you guys about what we currently have and why we need, to think about replacing it. So our current system is installed in 2016, but one of the biggest questions we have at that time when they install it, the server for it is run on 2008, and it still is running on 2008. And one of the biggest issues we have, the license for the system was purchased at that time. Each school can just have 50 extensions. And right now, for many of our school site is not enough, especially for Sunset Ridge Ocean Shore, because they need more extension. If I want to be more accurate, the only school actually has more than 50 licenses, Capriello, the rest is 50. And we cannot provide them more than that or replacing the system. And beside that, there is a different, problem we have with the current system. We are, we don't have any eFax, and we have to, have the old analog fax, for the different site. And right now, Valimar doesn't have the fax actually, because we have to hire a contractor on the phone line, and that's, cost us. And there is no hunt or, call queue. For example, if someone called the district or the site, we are rely on, a human answer the call and transfer it. And based off that person can speak Spanish or English, that, can communicate with the outsider. We don't have any remote management, system because it's running on 2008. So if any change we want to do, we have to come here, log to the, server, and from there, assigning the different extension or canceling it. And there is more issue with that. For example, because the system is so old, we cannot buy the new headset. We have to find a refurbished model from Amazon or different vendor and, purchase that, if any of the phone need to be changed. There is a problem with the, E911, because, right now, if someone called the 911 at one of the classroom, first, the police station, they just know based off the number, is that, for example, from the Capriello. It doesn't, announce the classroom, building, or the site. Also, again, we are rely on, a human report. Like, if the person called 911 in that classroom, reported to the front office, and front office reported, to the district. Or, we are not able to block any scam or a spam call. I personally, honestly, today I got more than 10 or 12, a spam call, but I have to answer it because I don't know, if the parents or if it's a scam. And we can also not, making any change or expand to it. Actually, or it's really cost, it's the, for example, we can spend $10,000 to add more extension, but after 2-3 years, we have to replace the system again. And we, when, the system was in place in 2016, still, district, because they get the line from the AT&T, we are paying over $28,000 yearly just for the phone line. And based off the audit we did like several months ago, by actually Joe did most of it, some of the old school site that it was closed, they still have a AT&T, line, and the district is pay for it. So we want, to do the audit, canceling all of them, and bring the costs down. And one things, that came to our mind is that, district provide the cell phone to the admin and the site, principal from the last school year. And the reason was that because they have to text their staff, or, when they are not on the site, or when they are in the yard getting call, So, but the new system, actually all of them, has the app that, or some extension we can assign it in the future, that they get the, text, through their extension, instead of one cell phone number, one extension for their office. Everything combined in one plate. And the call quality, is really bad sometimes, even when the staff in the district, when they call each other, we have a difficulty to hearing, We try to change the, like a headset several times, but the issue, happening a lot. So moving, to about the RFP process, and so this was the first time, IT department is running its own, RFP and bidding process. And honestly, it was really difficult because we had to work on the other tasks and also making sure that, like we're reading all of the document to, not doing the bidding process again, do it one time correctly. And we were able to do the submission online because that give us, provide the exact time and all communication be documented in case in the future need to be audited. So no, human error or forgetting to add anything. In total, 6 vendors, they submit the bidding for the project, which show us we did a good job, honestly, because based off the how many phone we need and the budget for the project, it was really good. We was thinking about like 2-3 maximum vendors submit, but because we reach out to so many people, they put input, we got 6. Top 2 vendor was, invited, for the interview because we didn't just want pick base of the pricing. 10 staff member in the district-wide was invited to the interview with the vendor to see their hardware and software, including all IT team, which is 4. So this is the proposal, from all vendors, and this price is based off the 5 years of total ownership, hardware, installation, and all licensing. And 101 Voice and Maverick, there was a vendor we invite for the interview, but we noticed Maverick didn't provide, one of the requirement of the RFP, and they added just as the optional, but we request them, to send us the correct one after the interview. So yes, how can I? Yeah. So based off, it doesn't change. Oh, okay. Okay. So based off the pricing and interview that I will talk about them more, our recommendation is 101 Voice. And there are several reasons for that. First is the pricing. Their total pricing is around $30,000, lower than the Maverick. And we got the strongest feedback from the staff. They attend to the interview. And also they fully, meet all of the RFP requirement and also more. And we got really a strong feedback, from the reference. So this is, the input that staff, did after the interview, and 7 of them, choose 101 Voice if they could choose between the 2 vendors. And overall, the vendor solution, 50% of them choose 101 Voice, and 30% they say they are not sure between of them. It doesn't change again. Okay. So the reference check, that I did on them, on 101 Voice, the 2 school districts, they are much larger than us. One of them has over 5,600, extension, and other one over 2,000. And they both, reported really excellent or really good on their product, service, and, all of them. So what this proposal and their solution will provide to the district. First is the cloud base. We don't need to have a server, in-house anymore. All headset, because it's requirement that right now our phone system doesn't have it, need to have a 911 label. And all the phone will be programmed when there is a 911 call is, locate, the classroom, room, office. And also there is a internal alarm that, the people we choose, they will get notification. there will be a program for the one of the button on the phone for the panic, if the teacher has a panic attack in the classroom, they simply can press that button so someone can go help them. There will be a multi-carrier SIM because this was one of the requirements that we was looking for. The problem at the moment we have, because all our internet district-wide come from the Sunset Ridge Ocean Shore, if they lose the power, the whole district, like Ortega, lose the internet. And that's a really safety, hazard because the phone is the communication that they can call. And if we lose the internet right now, we lose the, phone as well. But these multi-SIM, carrier SIM card that they are going to put on each school site, so when the internet is down, is automatically from, from the internet, it switched to the LTE. So the school, they still, they can call outside, or receive the call. And even if the power go out, as long as our APC, approximately around 2 hours, has the power, all the phones still will working. And when the power back, it switch back. All classroom phone will be installed on the wall because this is one of the things we notice that when we go to the classroom, based off the teacher, the phone is in a different place and it's hard to find. And sometimes, the phone is, disconnected or they are putting it in the back of the, whiteboard, which, is hard during the emergency, someone find it and call. We will receive the eFax, 29, number that we can use for the eFax, even for the next school year or the future. Each department can has their own, fax number. We will have the soft phone, with the texting option for the admin, we will have a voice to email. So if someone received the voicemail, they don't need, listen to the, on the phone anymore. They will receive the email and the voicemail will be attached to it. There will be a, hunt group and, call queue for the district, for the site, and even we can do it for the department. And many other, features that, we will add to it. One of them, actually I forgot to add here. So for the next school year, if this get approved, each teacher will receive their own extension, like an email address. So if they change from one location to other location or classroom to other classroom, they keep their extension. When they leave the district, that extension, like an email address, get retired. And everything, and if they get the call or voicemail, automatically they receive the email, so they can, use any phone in the district to call that person. And all classroom, extension will remain the same for the entire years because, at that point, it's easier for the site, to reach out to them. So this one is the overview of the hardware that 140 classroom, will be mounted on the wall. And also 20, office and common area will be, mounted on the wall. Right now, none of the NPR has the phone. If something happened, it's hard, to reach out. So we want to mount at least one phone, on the stage for each NPR. Or, all of the kitchen, it will be mounted on the wall for easy access. So the headset model, they are included here, the 261, 15, and 12, and 8 for the conference room, because we are lacking of the conference, room phone as well. Because our goal is this, that at least 4 people in the conference room can join, and have the conversation during the meeting. However, we are discussing, to change the model. We provide the phone for the high end and the mid level to the vendor, which will reduce the cost by $2,500. And if that happened, but we first need to make sure that this get approved so we can discuss more with the vendor. About the cost, we already paying over $28,000 for the AT&T line. And we are responsible, to fix, change, and a lot of spending time of the IT staff, to assign the different, extension or assigning, like a DID for the outside call. And also the refurbished model of the phone, because the previous, slide I mentioned around 100, that was for 2024. Now, based off the increase in harder to find, they are around 120 or more. But the new proposal that we are offering from, 101 Voice, the annual cost for, for the licensing, everything is around $30,000. And is also, follow the Ray and, Kerry's law and all the dispatching, everything. And any question?
Thanks, Iris.
The one thing just to put out there is that this is a bond-funded project.
Yes.
No, how did you know?
I was just right there with you.
And I want to mention something.
You're such a mind reader.
Yeah. Yeah, so it's a major O, money, and also if we do it through the major O, it will reduce the cost of, annual budget for the next 5 years by around $30,000.
I had a question. When years ago, we had satellite phones at a lot of the different locations for when cell phones go down and stuff like that. So does this include any of that, or is that a completely separate?
No, satellite phone is different,
Okay.
but this one is the multi-carrier SIM card.
Mhm.
For example, if the connection for the AT&T is bad, automatically to switch to Verizon or AT&T. But if all of them is down, satellite phone is the only one is working, we can add it actually to this one, but it's an additional cost,
But yeah, we had that because during like the earthquake in '89, all the cell phones, they're either down or they limit their use because of emergencies. And so the only thing we would have in that situation would be satellite phones. So I just wanted to see if we still had that.
We do. We have two types, because I think I've been, it was in schools and administrated during 9/11 when that happened, and nothing worked, and so very familiar with it. But the district is set up with satellite phones for Pacifica that they own, and we have a partnership with the police that they would bring an additional satellite phone for any type of communication that would be specified for them, but we also have them in the district.
Okay, because like I said,
That's a
it's
great
not, it's not
question.
when like AT&T goes down, it's more when there's an emergency and they often shut down the cell phones.
Yeah, I believe, that's a totally separate, that's the emergency one, but we can add, like a Starlink to this, code for the site, but that's the additional cost, yeah.
We could probably add that in the future if it
Yeah,
was. a problem.
exactly.
Yeah.
Will these phones work even if Wi-Fi is down?
Yes, because, these will work because even the internet is down, not just Wi-Fi, even
Right, the internet.
Yeah, so they will automatically switch to the LTE. As long as, the the power is in the, is in the side, or even if the power is out, we have the backup battery for around 2 hours to run, our internet in different location. The phone is still will working.
And then I have one more question. Even if people overall wanted a different vendor than Voice 101, don't we still have to go with the lowest bid?
On the
We don't.
RFP, I mentioned it that we evaluate based off the value, not just for the lower cost,
Oh,
because we wanted to have that option. We thought, if someone comes and show us really cheap, like a model and solution, we didn't want to go to that direction and use the previous experience. Yeah.
And we have to look at the value, but if the value's equal, then we always go with the lowest value, lowest bid.
Well, thanks so much for putting in the extra time to
Thank
look
you.
to get this together. So I really appreciate it.
I guess there's a comment.
Okay, and okay, and then we're gonna have one comment, Rachel Merlot.
Is there no public comment?
Okay, then.
No.
All right. With that, any other questions? All right, then we will move forward. Do I have a motion to approve the staff contracted with approve staff contracting with IT Management Corporation for the cloud-based phone system as presented? Okay.
Thank you.
Trustee Burkini?
Yes.
Trustee Doggett? Yes. Trustee Hart? Yes. Trustee Villalobos?
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
Thanks so much, IT.
Thank you.
All right. Our last item is University Intern and Student Teacher Partnership Memorandums of Agreement. I have a speaker as Martha Ladd. I'm not sure. It's late, I understand. University Intern and Student Teacher Partnerships.
I have it if you. Wait, go.
This is an MOU, and it's for, we have an intern, a university intern that is a mental health intern that we have to have an MOU with the university that they work at, and then we're also renewing our MOU regarding our partnership, our student-teacher partnerships with universities. So this memorandum covers both those things, the intern and the student-teacher partnership memorandums at National University. So the recommendation is that you approve the MOU with National University for us to be able to work with the intern and for us to continue with our student-teacher partnership.
Great. Any questions? Always like more free help.
Yes, exactly. Exactly.
All right, do I have a motion to approve staff entering into agreements with National University as presented? Okay. Here, or yes.
It's late.
Yes.
Yes. Yes, say yes.
Trustee Villalobos, we need your vote, yes or no?
Oh, yes. You guys kind of went out there for a second. Yes.
Sorry.
Okay.
Okay, motion passes 5-0.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, Board of Trustees, Superintendent recap and future agenda items. Anything? Yeah. I think it's, yeah. The one person I didn't say thank you to earlier, though, was Barbara. You kept me on track through all of these years, and you keep the district on track, so thank you very much. All right, and with that, we'll adjourn at 10:09.
It's the longest one we've had.